We are being hybrid, doing hybrid Zoom and in person. It's also being live streamed by the county channel. Requests for public comments participation will be accepted between 5 and 5:30 p.m. by sending an email with your name, phone number, and topic to Cushionberry at BeaufortK12.sc.us. You'll receive a phone call during public comments where you will be able to speak and address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. The forum will be limited to 30 minutes. If you're in person, you may address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. Each speaker must fill out a public comment card. Please see the board clerk for a card. Requests for the second public comments will be accepted between 7 and 7:30 p.m. in the same manner. The second public comments will take place prior to adjournment, no later than 9 p.m. The second forum will be limited to 15 minutes. In the event the board has not finished addressing all items on the agenda, the board will reconvene at 6 p.m. tomorrow, the next business day, to finish the agenda items. Who is got a voice strong enough to do the executive session? Dr. Watts.
I move that the Board of Education move into executive session for the following reasons. Discussion of student physical education waiver pursuant to South Carolina Code Annals Section 3448-4. Discussion of negotiations incident to proposed purchase of property in Bluffton, South Carolina, pursuant to South Carolina Code Annals Section 3478-2. Discussion of negotiations incident to proposed Beaufort Middle School for athletics, safety, security, and technology infrastructure, contract amendment number 24 to Thompson Turner Construction, GMP, pursuant to South Carolina Code Annals Section 3470A2. GMP stands for Guaranteed Maximum Price. Discussion of negotiations incident to propose Broad River Elementary School for safety, security, and technology infrastructure, contract amendment number 25 to Thompson Turner Construction, GMP, pursuant to South Carolina Code Annals Section 3478-2. Discussion of negotiations incident to propose Closeouts Elementary School for safety, security, and technology infrastructure, contract amendment number 23 to Thompson Turner Construction, GMP, pursuant to South Carolina Code Annals Section 3478-2. Discussion of negotiations incident to propose James J. Davis Early Childhood Center for safety, security, and technology infrastructure, contract amendment number 24 to Ajax Building Company, LLC, GMP, pursuant to South Carolina Code Annals Section 3478-2. Discussion of negotiations incident to propose Joseph Shanklin Elementary School for safety, security, and technology infrastructure, contract amendment number 25 to Ajax Building Company, LLC, GMP, pursuant to South Carolina Code Annals Section 3478-2. Discussion of negotiations incident to propose Ladies Island Elementary School for safety, security, and technology infrastructure, contract amendment number 26 to Ajax Building Company, LLC, GMP, pursuant to South Carolina Code Annals Section 3470A2. Discussion of negotiations incident to propose St. Helena Elementary School for safety, security, and technology infrastructure, contract amendment number 27 to Ajax Building Company, LLC, GMP, pursuant to South Carolina Code Annals Section 3478-2. And discussion of negotiations incident to propose MC Riley Elementary School for safety, security, and technology infrastructure, contract amendment number 28 to Ajax Building Company, LLC, GMP, pursuant to South Carolina Code Annals Section 3470A2.
Thank you. Is there a second? Do we have a second? Earl Campbell, second. Any discussion? Mr. Smith.
Mr. Chairman, can you tell me who will be giving the legal updates?
The legal updates, Ms. Cartwright.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further hands, all those in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Wisniewski, aye.
Oh,
Irvine, aye. Middleton,
sorry, both of you. Okay, that is unanimous. Are there actions necessary or appropriate regarding matters discussed in executive session? Dr. Quads.
Yes, Mr. Stribinger, Chair Stribinger. I move that the Board of Education accepts the physical education waiver as presented during executive session.
Second. Earl Campbell, second. Discussion. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Middleton, aye.
I didn't hear, what was it?
Robine, aye.
I didn't hear, was the motion?
Could you repeat the motion? Mr. Smith did not hear the motion.
I move that the Board of Education accepts the physical education waiver as presented during executive session.
Aye. I just, yeah, aye.
Okay. Mr. Smith is an aye. Okay. And Kathy Robine is an aye.
I said aye,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you, Kathy.
I move that the board authorize Superintendent Dr. Rodriguez to accept the offer and enter into a contract to purchase property in Bluffton, South Carolina in the amount of $886,000 using proceeds from the district's surplus property.
Second from Tricia Fidrich. Discussion. All those in favor?
Middleton, aye.
No, Mills an aye. Everybody's an aye. Kathy?
Robine, aye.
Okay.
I'll be abstaining on this vote.
I can't understand.
I will be abstaining on this vote.
Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Smith abstains. Dr. Quads?
I move that the Board of Education approve Amendment Number 23 with Thompson Turner Construction for the remaining technology infrastructure scope at Closeouts Elementary School based on the guaranteed maximum price of $1,732,112.
Second, Dick Geyer. Yeah, Ingrid?
Thank you. I just wanted to say I'm going to be recording a no vote for all these amendments because the plan has not yet been presented.
Can't hear you.
It's on. The green light is on. Can you not hear me?
No, you can't, but.
Is that any better? Want me to stand up and shout? I will be voting no on the next 8 amendments that are on here to say because the full plan has not yet been presented to the board. It's only been presented to the finance committee.
Okay. Did everybody hear that?
No, I did not. I didn't either.
Yeah, would you use Mel's mic or your...
Is this working? There's not a whole lot of volume here.
Yeah, that one, the volume is low on that one must be.
It's working, it's just not very loud, I guess. They're gonna boost my microphone. So you all are in trouble now?
I think that your volume is low down there. Because I can speak for me, you can hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For your information, Kathy, Ms. Boatwright says she is going to vote no because she has not seen a comprehensive plan. Is that?
Yes, on all 8, but not because
On-
I don't support them, but because the plan, oh, there we go. Because the plan has only been presented to the Clock Finance Committee and has not yet been presented to the board.
Okay. Did you hear that, Kathy?
I kind of heard it. You all are frozen on at least on my screen, you're frozen. Angela's shaking her head as well.
Well, there's an irony because I can't hear you, Kathy.
They're going now. Yes. I see you, Angela. Hi, Judy. Bless you.
Got a motion and a Mr. Smith?
I would just say I will definitely agree with that, and I will be doing the same.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. All those in favor signify aye.
Aye.
Mr. Campbell? Okay. No? All those? No? Anybody? Yes, ma'am. Okay.
I'm sorry,
I don't think they can vote.
we can't vote. We just lost connection right quick, so we're trying to get connection right back up.
Okay.
Here. The Wi-Fi went down. No? Everybody's down. I'm back up. Mr. Scrivener? Tell me back up. We're back up.
All right, so where were we?
Taking a vote.
We were in the vote, Angela and Kathy, do we know how they voted?
Recording in progress.
Robin, can you hear me?
Yes.
I got a message from Angela that she was removed from the meeting. I was too. I just rebooted to get back in. I'm back in now.
Going back in now.
Okay.
Okay, so Angela and Kathy voted yes? Okay. I haven't determined that yet. And abstention? Dr. Wisniewski abstains. Okay, did you get that, Robin? We had 2 no votes and 1 abstention.
Got it. Everyone has, Dr. Wineski abstained, Mr. Smith voted no, and Ms. Boatright voted no. Everyone else is yes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have another one?
We have many more.
That's what I thought.
I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 24 with Thompson Turner Construction for the athletic and remaining safety, security, and technology infrastructure work at Beaufort Middle School based
Don't
on
hear
a
anything.
guaranteed maximum price of $5,047,380.
We can hear you. Just don't hear anything out of the board.
Tricia Fidrich, second. Okay. Any questions, comments? Okay, all those in favor?
Mr.
Aye.
Scrivener, the individuals online cannot hear you. They cannot hear us at all.
I'm sorry, who can't hear us?
Anybody online, I heard 2 board members mention that. They can hear each other, but they weren't able to hear us.
But they can't hear us?
You can hear us now? Ms. Middleton, can you hear me? No?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yes.
And Ms. Robine, okay, they can hear us now.
They can hear us now. Okay, now where were we? We have a motion on the floor. Now, all those in favor? Opposed?
No.
No, sir.
Robine, no. I can't hear.
Ms.
Hmm.
Dr. Wisniewski abstains. I think we've established a pattern.
Robin, I'm going to abstain from this vote.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Middleton is abstained as well. I have three noes and 2 abstentions. The noes I have is Kathy Robine, William Smith, and Beaver Boatwright. The abstentions I have Dr. Reneski and Angela Middleton.
Okay, that sounds right. Okay. I'm not seeing a level of comfort on the board. Are we?
Well, we need
Are we?
oh, here we go.
Not, do we not have this right? I think we do.
Can you see it?
Okay, we can't hear what you're saying, everybody, so we don't know what's going on.
That's the vote.
That looks right. Are we okay to go here?
We don't see Ingrid. She must be just below.
6-3.
Oh, thank you.
And 2 abstentions.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Dr. Watts.
Yes. I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 25 with Thompson Turner Construction for the remaining safety, security, and technology infrastructure at Broad River Elementary School based on the guaranteed maximum price of $1,934,973.
Okay, thank you. Second. Earl Campbell,
Mr. Campbell
second.
seconded.
Discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Earl, you're an aye? Yeah, yes. Okay. Kathy and Angela?
Robine, no. It's very hard to hear you, Mr. Scrivener.
Middleton, I
Maybe a
abstain.
blessing in disguise. Okay, so Kathy's a no. Mr. Smith is a no.
Yes, sir.
No.
Vote right is a no. Dr. Wisniewski is an abstain.
And Ms. Middleton? What is Ms. Middleton?
I don't know.
I said I abstained.
I believe she said she abstains.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Okay.
I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 24 with Ajax Building Company for the remaining safety, security, and technology infrastructure at James J. Davis Early Childhood Center based on the guaranteed maximum price of $2,656,298.
Mr. Campbell seconded.
Mr. Campbell, second. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. All those opposed?
No.
Aye.
Kathy?
Robine's a no.
I can't hear her, so.
She said Robine's no.
You could-
Middleton is
Right.
abstained.
Okay. And do we have any abstentions? Dr. Wisniewski abstains.
And I abstain as well. Middleton abstains.
I believe Ms. Milton said she abstained. Can you give us a thumbs up if you abstain? Thank you.
Okay.
Next,
Dr.
I
Weiss.
move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 25 with Ajax Building Company for the remaining safety, security, and technology. Whoop, I just read that. Sorry. Next one is, I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 26 with Ajax Building Company for the remaining safety, security, and technology infrastructure at Ladies Island Elementary School based on the guaranteed maximum price of $2,261,015.
And a second, Earl? Your second? Second by Mr. Earl Campbell. Discussion?
Yes. I have my hand up, Mr. Strivenger.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can barely hear you.
Okay, gosh. I just want to explain the reason I'm voting no on these amendments. It's not that I don't support the work and the cost of the amendments. I feel like I need the additional information to see where how this percentage of money taken from the bond issue plays out. I do support the work, but I just have some additional questions.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. 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 All those opposed?
No.
Robine's opposed?
Kathy Robine's a no.
No.
And abstain.
Middleton abstains.
Dr. Wisniewski abstains. Angela, can you hear? She abstains.
I abstain.
Okay. Okay.
Robin, just so you're not confused too, I skipped 7. Yeah, I thought I had done it, but we're going to 7 now. I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 25 with Ajax Building Company for the remaining safety, security, and technology infrastructure at Joseph Shanklin Elementary School based on the guaranteed maximum price of $2,917,165.
Earl Campbell, second. Discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Robine opposed?
Robine is no. Angela is, all those abstaining? Dr.
I abstain.
Wisniewski and Angela?
I abstain.
Good. Same pattern. Okay, Robin?
I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 27 with Ajax Building Company for the remaining safety, security, and technology infrastructure at St. Helena Elementary School based on the guaranteed maximum price of $2,664,962.
Mr. Earl Campbell, second. Discussion? Mr. Smith?
I will be abstaining due to the fact of I'm still looking for some more information, and I do not have that today. So, due to that, I just will be abstaining to this vote. Thank you. I mean, excuse me, I will say no.
I'm sorry. You're abstaining or you're voting no?
I'm voting no. Excuse me, I'm voting no. Correction, no.
Oh. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed?
No.
No.
Robine opposed?
Abstain? Dr. Wisniewski. Angela? I can't hear Angela.
She raised her hand. She said she's abstaining.
Oh, Mr. Smith, please. Okay, good.
I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 28 with Ajax Building Company for the remaining safety, security, and technology infrastructure at MC Riley Elementary School and MC Riley Early Childhood Center based on the guaranteed maximum price of $3,713,771.
Mr. Campbell second, Earl Campbell second. Discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, opposed?
No.
Robine opposed.
Robine is opposed. Abstain?
Middleton abstains.
Middleton abstains, okay.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the action coming out of executive session.
Oh, we're disappointed that you don't have more. Okay. Now we need approval of the agenda.
I
Dr.
move that
Wentz.
we approve the agenda.
Second, Mel Campbell. All those on discussion?
I just wanted to clarify under board business action, there's 2 motions for final approval of OEs. And I thought those were finalized at the last board meeting.
Those were the two that you brought on, but
Well, we remember at the beginning of the meeting, I had
that's when
changed
you approved all the way
so
through.
that
So
it had
you
already
were
come
no-
out of policy and the board saw it, so that was
Okay.
it. So I believe that those items have already been finalized, so they can be removed from the agenda today.
Okay. Any discussion? Oh, we need a second on that.
So my amendment is to strike the items on, under board business action, motion for final approval of OE 8.11, and motion for final approval of OE 8.10, GC 3.8, GC 3.9, and GC 3.10.
Second.
Okay, second by Dr. Quans. Discussion. The point is that these have already been approved, so that this is redundant. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Middleton, aye.
Will abstain.
Mr. Smith abstains. Kathy?
Aye.
Kathy's an aye. Angela?
Aye.
Angela's an aye.
Mr. Chair, I will abstain since I was not at the last board meeting.
Okay. Okay, Robin?
2 abstentions.
9.
Mr. Smith and Ms. Fidrich,
Yes.
and everyone else is an
Everyone
aye.
else was an aye.
Got it.
Okay. Okay, if we could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Media has been properly notified. That takes us to an enjoyable part of the meeting.
Thank you, Chairman Stribinger and board members. This evening, under points of celebration, we have a wonderful opportunity to recognize some of our students once again, and this is for our May River girls golf team. Tonight, we're celebrating a regional and state championship from May River High School in the sport of girls golf, and here to tell us a little more about the champs is Coach Kelly Minasi. Coach, if you would come right up here to the podium up front. and tell us a little bit about your team and your season, and introduce the girls, if you will. Can you come on the other side?
Sorry. Thank you so much for having us here tonight and recognizing the hard work, dedication, the academic work on these young ladies. Not all of them could be here tonight because our number one player that has graduated has moved on to college. She is playing for Marshall University, Division I golf, and another player has moved out of state. We have a culture of kindness and respect, and it is palpable in the school and is recognized by all of the coaches, Principal Bornschower, our athletic director, Brett Macy. I just can't speak highly enough about these ladies. They work hard. Their GPAs are through the roof. And whether they want to play golf in college or they just want to have fun in high school and move on to whatever career path is best for them, we support. And we appreciate all of the support of the district and you, Dr. Edwards. So if I could just have each young lady stand and tell their name and what grade they're in. They speak for themselves. I don't need to speak to them. They never disappoint me how they play, ever. I tell them, you will disappoint me how you act and how you treat people, but I don't care if you shoot 120 or 70. It's a culture of kindness and respect. So we're going to start. It's a very young team, and it's exciting because I didn't think I'd start the season with more than 4. And we had tryouts, and we had a 7th grader from River Ridge, an 8th grader from River Ridge, and a freshman from May River that just moved here from Cleveland, and our golf season's way better than Cleveland. And we're happy to have you all here. So we're going to start with Claire Green. Claire, could you guys just each stand? Just tell us your name and your grade.
Hi, I'm Claire Green. I'm going into 10th grade, and I would just like to say thank you all for inviting us here tonight. Hi, I'm I'm also in the 10th grade, and I also would like to thank you all for inviting us here. I'm in 8th grade.
But she started in 7th grade and competed in the state championship as part of the playing 5. How remarkable is that? How great.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm Magnolia Banks, and I'm in 10th grade. Thank you.
I'm Yvonne Banks. I'm in 9th grade. Thanks for having us.
I'm Jillian Greco. I'm in 7th grade, and thank you for inviting us.
We have a certificate of recognition for your state championship and a certificate of recognition for your regional championship. If you would come up and stand up right along here with Coach, and we'll take a quick picture with all three.
2 more things to add. Our parents are so remarkable, and parents, you make the difference. And these ladies and this team not only won in 2021, we won in 2020. I'm the school nurse at May River, so you can guess why everybody was busy. But we're back, and we might try to do the 3-peat.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Chairman Stribinger, I heard Coach Manassi say 120 as a score, which is more my speed, maybe a little more. But anyway, congratulations to our team and to our parents. Fantastic year, and we look forward to seeing you back here next year. That concludes our points of celebration this evening.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, that moves us to public comments. We have two phone,
We have one, we have two on the phone.
and we have two on the phone. Mr. Cook, David Cook.
That's a tough act to follow there. It takes a lot to play golf at that caliber, at that age. Let me tell you, I grew up playing a lot of golf. It's difficult. Good evening, Mr. Chair, board members, Dr. Rodriguez, and staff. Thanks for your hard work. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak. So now that the filing deadline is passed, you can all breathe a sigh of relief, as I never had planned to run for school board, but fully intend on continuing to support and assist the district while advocating for my children as well as children of parents who are afraid to speak up. I speak up because I know you won't target my child in the classroom. In an effort to thoroughly understand how the sausage is made in the school district, how teachers are trained in professional development, I asked for permission to attend the Summer Institute on its final day. I was refused entry. I was refused entry to a program paid for by public tax dollars. I'm curious as to why. What is there to hide? Moving on, why on the first day of school is my daughter being asked about SEL by a Spanish teacher? I was unable to find the approved textbooks used for SEL on the state website and when they were approved, nor could I find this curriculum on the district website as required by law. This violates statute and the Protection of Pupils' Rights Act. I did not consent to SEL lessons. Nothing was indicated during registration. I consented to the education of my child, not the psychological warfare being waged against children. Why are the following statements and questions being asked of 13-year-olds? Have you suffered changes? Suffered. Have you suffered anxiety or depression? It's going to be how you are as a middle schooler. It's going to be how you feel depending on the situation. This isn't from the school psychologist, it's from a Spanish teacher. I think she's stepping over the line. Have you ever known someone who has felt like a loser? And they just disappear for the rest of their lives. I'm not sure why that's being taught or discussed with a Spanish teacher. I'd like someone to look into it. Maybe they can help me understand a little bit. I tried to understand by trying to attend the Summer Institute, but again, I was refused access. And last but not least, bathroom policy. To tell students their bathroom time is restricted is actually illegal. It impedes with the health and well-being of the students, puts them in danger of illness by being forced to hold in waste. Not to mention the embarrassment of what may occur with some young ladies being told no. It's cruel and it's criminal. So can we just be kids in school? Thanks. Have a good night.
Okay. Our first telephone.
Angela. This is Robin calling. I'm putting you on calling you for public comments. You'll have 3 minutes. Are you ready? Would you state your first and your last name, please? Hold on. Go ahead.
This is Angela Rosillo. Thank you for your time this evening. I wanted to bring up a few topics that are not new, but that haven't been attended to as of yet. First, I would like to address the bathroom policies in our schools. Our 4 daughters are in 2 schools, and both have bathroom policies that limit the number of times a student may use the restroom during each semester. I've written to the principals expressing our disagreement with said policies and explaining that our daughters have the right to use the restroom whenever it is needed. This is not to undermine teachers, but to empower our children to use the facilities when necessary. These are natural bodily functions, and students should not be held to the whims of a teacher or administrator in order to heed nature's call. Second, I would like to once again bring up the fact that the Beaufort County School District does not have a set policy in place when it comes to allowing parents to refuse standardized tests for their children. According to the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, Section 1111 and Section 1112, at the beginning of each school year, a local educational agency that receives funds under this part shall notify the parents of each student attending any school receiving funds under this part that the parents may request, and the local educational agency will provide the parents on request information regarding any state or local educational agency policy regarding student participation in any assessments mandated by Section 1111B and by the state or local educational agency, which shall include a policy, procedure, or parental right to opt the child out of such assessment. This has been kicked back and forth between the district's lawyers, the State Board of Education, Senator Tom Davis, and Representative Nancy Mace. The bottom line is that this act gives the district the reins to create a policy. As it stands, I as a parent have had to fight tooth and nail to have my rights as a parent accepted, but my children are still being held in rooms and being forced to be given the test despite our refusal. Thank goodness our children have brains enough to decline the test every single day it is given. I ask our Board of Education to take a serious look at putting together a policy for parents to refuse the state tests, as is our right. Third, I believe it should be easier for parents and community members to have access to the topics covered at the District Summer Institute and to the books that are available to our minor children in school and classroom libraries, as it is our right to know and it concerns our children. Perhaps we should look into a parents' committee that has access to this information, which can then be shared to anyone who makes a request. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, is this Joseph? Yes, this is Robin Cushenberry. I'm calling you for public comments. I'm getting ready to put you on. You have 3 minutes, and if you can give your first and your last name, please. Are you ready?
Joseph Catagnino.
Go ahead.
Joseph Catagnino. Good evening, everybody. I will try to make this pretty short because the 2 topics I wanted to talk about were already brought up. But first one I want to bring up is about the SEL Summer Sessions. So over a week ago, I sent an email to the Beaufort County School Board and also submitted a FOIA request to have all the materials that were used in the Summer Institute at May River High School sent to me. For anyone that doesn't know, people in the room, people listening at home, the entire district assembled at May River High School about 2 weeks ago to take part in social emotional learning, which is based on critical race theory, CRT. And, obviously there's a huge issue with this being in our schools. These materials are poisonous to our children. They're based on Marxist and racist agendas and are not a form of education, but are a form of indoctrination. The people in the front of this room have allowed and approved this material to be in our schools, and we're not really sure why. To this point, I have not received a single response from my FOIA request, and I have not received a response to my email. But I'm asking to get the full materials that were reviewed, including details about the programs, materials, presentations, and handouts that were used during those sessions. I am hoping and assuming that I will get those materials within the legal timeline to provide those documents. The other thing I want to talk about was the bathroom policy. Obviously, this is an issue. From what I understand, this has been pushed in Hilton Head schools, Bluffton schools, and probably some more in the district. Yesterday, my son came home with a document that the teacher expected us to sign, acknowledging that we were going to allow limited bathroom breaks, 3 per semester, which is completely unacceptable. I want to remind the school board that this is illegal to restrict bathroom usage, and I am looking to get information on who in the district or in the schools has signed off on and approved this policy. Once again, I'm guessing that this was approved at a higher level outside the school, because it's odd that multiple schools throughout the district have all implemented the same policy this year. I've also instructed my son that if anyone attempts to deny his use of the bathroom, to get that person's name, and we will take legal action against the school and the district as needed. I'm asking the school board, which I've asked numerous times over the last 2 years now, you guys need to stop overreaching your authority. The schools need to stop overreaching their authority. The schools have a job to do. It is to educate the children and to provide a curriculum for them to learn. The stuff that you are trying to do to our kids with the overreach has to stop today. I'm asking you to do this for the kids and just go back to educating our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next item is Chairman's report. I really don't have anything specific to report. Committee reports, Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Finance Committee met on August 11th. We reviewed the monthly $100,000 report, the board monthly budget, and the monthly transparency report, and unanimously voted to put them on the consent agenda for tonight's meeting. We also looked at some updates to administrative rules, OS 13, OS 13R, procurement and purchasing. We also have a motion, because we had taken a look at and reviewed the Minority Business Enterprise Utilization Report. Therefore, I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education approve the Minority Business Enterprise Utilization Plan as presented in your packet today and to the Finance Committee.
Okay. Second. Dr. Quads, second. Discussion. Mr. Smith.
Just to be clear, basically we are approving what the state is bringing down, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Just for FYI, for anyone who may be watching and want to know. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Kathy.
Middleton. Robine, aye.
Middleton.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
I'm sorry, who seconded the motion? Who seconded the motion? Dr. Watts, thank you.
I forgot who said. Oh, Dr. Quads.
Going to show the vote before I go on.
Okay. You got it?
Got it.
All right.
Lastly, we talked about some future topics. And one of the future topics, and we're going to be bringing up, is at the next Finance Committee meeting, we will be reviewing the fourth quarter financial reports. And also, we wanted to bring up to the full board an idea to conduct a couple cost-benefit analysis. The first one would be a cost-benefit analysis of keeping our custodians under a omnibus contract or having the custodians become district employees. That would be one cost-benefit analysis. The second cost-benefit analysis would be to review the possibility of contracting our bus drivers. Like many large school districts do, they contract bus driver services. This district used to do it but stopped doing it because of some reason I won't go into a number of years ago. Both of these, if the full board approves, we would ask the finance department to conduct a cost-benefit analysis and give a report to the board by January, when the budget process would begin, so that we can take a look at whether or not we should continue to contract custodial services, or the possibility of contracting the bus drivers. So I'd like to have some feedback from the full board so that we can give guidance to the finance department.
Ingrid?
Is there an expense involved with the cost-benefit analysis?
Sure it is.
It would be a staff effort, not anything. It would be internal. It would not be an external.
I think the only way you're going to get feedback is to make a motion.
I would rather wait until the finance committee gets something specific from the finance department at their next board meeting, and then bring it to the full board for approval.
Okay.
But I just wanted to get any feedback before we started that process.
Okay. Mr. Smith?
I would just be saying, in terms of the subcontracting both of these positions out, I will definitely not be in support of it, because what you pay for is what you get. Let me say it first and foremost, and that's the first reason. The second reason is this: in terms of subcontracting these positions, we've had several. To be transparent, we've had several people who have called, who have worked at, who are custodians, who have called and had different issues with the being contracted out in terms of through the, for example, during the COVID pandemic, we gave our staff bonuses. They did not receive bonuses. That's a problem. So, I mean, and also these are the same people who we got for bond referendums. We ask these same people to vote and support the district. These are tax-paying people, and they want to be employed, and they want to get benefits as well as everyone else. So, for those mere factor reasons, I will not tell people who are constituents that they're not good enough for us to contract them out and put a number sign on them. So I can't, definitely can't support in terms of subcontracting because of those various reasons I've just stated, because we've had constituents that have reached out to us and has said that they would like to be in-house, and when they've been working for the district. And also we have, if you track our numbers, I do believe that we have a higher turnover rate in the buses. We have, I believe, in terms of the buses, they were the same thing, and now we have our bus under control versus other districts. I think that would be, I think it would be imperative to leave that intact. Versus if my grandma said, if it ain't broke, then leave it alone. Don't try to fix it. Thank you.
Well, I believe this is just about doing a cost-benefit analysis. So,
and I understand that.
I think that discussion.
Well, and I understand that.
You have to wait till I recognize you, Mr. Smith.
Okay, but you're making a comment.
Okay.
Okay.
I think your discussion would be more relevant when the cost benefit comes back and a motion is being made.
I disagree because of the fact that I can see fast forward it. I can see down Yellow Brick Road where it could possibly go. So before it even goes there, I believe in preventing it. I mean, I just don't. Well, I say in terms of the buses, I will not support. In terms of the custodians, I'll entertain that, because it may be great for us to bring them back in, and that may show for that. But in terms of the bus drivers, I definitely don't want to touch that. We don't disturb that hornet's nest. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, that completes the Finance Committee report.
Okay, thank you. Operations?
Someone's hands up. I hear Robin.
Kathy's hands up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kathy. Go ahead.
My comment was just, I think a cost-benefit analysis is a smart financial move. Let's look at it and see, what, from a financial standpoint, and I'm sure that takes in the human standpoint as well. I don't see any I think it's a good move to go forward with something like this, and I'll support it when the motion comes forward.
Okay. All right, Ingrid.
All right, can we all hear me now? Oh, there you go. The Operations Committee met on Wednesday, August 10th, and it was kicking off what I'm now going to call Operations Committee meeting season. And we had a double header with Student Services and Facilities. So I'm just going to go through it briefly with Student Services. We reviewed 3 ARs and the Discipline Matrix Plan. Get a little feedback over here, I don't know. Or someone's landing. There's a train coming. Okay. All right. It sounds like the Star Wars Space Tunnel, whatever, Space Mountain Light over here.
Sounds something sci-fi. Just ignore the big,
Okay. All right, I'm ready to keep going.
the big alien behind you. Just ignore that.
Okay, I'm ignoring it. Here we go. A lot of feedback. So we had 3 ARs and the Discipline Matrix. We had Student Services 46 and 47, which was an update to our nursing procedures for self-medication. We expanded them to include a more fulsome plan. Can we turn? Someone's working on turning this off, right? Okay. I feel like I'm in Yankee Stadium. So anyways, for anaphylaxis and asthma and self-medication. So we made some substantial updates to improve the quality of those ARs. Then we had Instructional Services 60, which was assignment to alternative programs, and we had the Discipline Matrix. These were just for our information only. They are posted online, and I don't think we need to go into a lot more detail here. Because we had quite a bit going on in facilities, and I'm going to start off with the. We did have a discussion on the Beaufort High School entrance project with County Council, and we basically quickly came to the conclusion, the same conclusion of Earl Campbell, which is let's just get everybody in a room and ask some questions. So we are doing that on Thursday, day after tomorrow, Thursday. At 3 o'clock, we're meeting with County Council and their staff to discuss some of the concerns that the school district has about the proposed plans around Beaufort High. Then we had a presentation from Battery Creek High School. They had a SIC committee proposal to name 2 of their adjunct facilities as they're getting ready to complete the new school. And I don't think anyone's here from Battery Creek. So basically, they're online.
Principals
Should we
online.
go ahead and let them
Principals
talk about it then? Ms. Hayes, do you want to talk about the naming that was approved by the Operations Committee and brought to the full board?
Yes, ma'am. So we propose to have the new wrestling facility named after Mr. Martin Nathan Day, who was a legendary coach at Battery Creek and actually throughout the state of South Carolina. He won 6 state titles in wrestling at Battery Creek, numerous region championships, and had 30 individual state champions. Actually also had a Division II national champion at the collegiate level. So we felt it was only right to name that wrestling facility after him. Also, unfortunately, he tragically passed almost close to a year ago due to illness. And actually, Miss Day is on Zoom too. I think I saw her on here. But we thought it was fitting to celebrate him and his legacy at Battery Creek and statewide by naming a new wrestling facility after him. And then also, we proposed to name our gymnasium after Mr. Joseph Sherman Jr. He too, besides wrestling, he too is the only other program at Battery Creek that has won multiple state championships. He's the girls basketball coach. He also coached football and track, but he had his greatest effect on the basketball court. He also coached me, at Creek. I'm a Creek grad. But he not only has had an impact on the basketball court at Battery Creek, he has also had an impact on our community at large. And still, even up to my presentation last Wednesday, I would have people in the community come up to me and ask me, Sarah, are we going to do something to try to honor Coach Stroman? And we definitely felt naming the gymnasium, proposing to name the gymnasium after him would be another great way to, honor the legacy of another great coach at Battery Creek High School.
So following that presentation, the Operations Committee unanimously approved a motion to bring to the full board a request to, can't hear me?
No. I can't hear Ingrid at all.
Can you hear, and there we go, that's better, right?
That's much better, yes.
I'm like just hunched so close to this microphone. Okay, so after that presentation by Ms. Hayes, the Operations Committee voted unanimously 3-0 to bring this motion to the full board. And I'm going to read the full motion here. Sorry, I was looking to see if there's anybody else on Zoom. All right. Okay, so the motion was, do we have it up, Robin? It was to recommend the approval of Battery Creek's high school naming of the gymnasium and wrestling facility.
Seconded.
Second by Mr. Smith. Do I call for the vote?
No, ma'am.
All right. I'm just so close to the microphone, I could do it just like that.
Okay. Any discussion? I mean, who seconded that? I didn't see. Oh, Mr. Smith seconded. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was there a vote taken at the committee or the SIC level?
Yes, there was 9-0 at the SIC in April.
Thank you.
All right. All those in favor?
Mrs. Robine has her hand up.
Kathy?
Yes, that was my question. I just wanted to ensure that we followed our policy in terms of naming facilities. We just revisited that policy, and so I've got the assurance that we did, and the documentation that I saw earlier seemed to indicate that, but I wanted the public to understand that we do have a policy and that we are following it. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. This is Denise Assad, principal of Battery Creek. I just want to speak to that real quickly. We started this process many months before we actually took the vote, and I want to applaud Coach Hayes for the work she did. We have a strong community, a lot of support. In addition to our SIC support, we had letters that were in support of that, in addition to many people reaching out informally. So we're very proud of the work of both Coach Hayes and our SIC working collaboratively with our strong community and alumni support in this effort.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Robine, aye.
Okay.
Ms. Fidrich.
Excuse me 1 second. Before we continue, Chairman, may I ask? We do have Ms. Day is on Zoom with us, Coach Day's wife, and I would like to ask the chair if she perhaps would like to say a few words. Would that be?
Certainly.
Thank you. Kim?
Hi, everybody. I just want to say thank you, especially to the folks at Battery Creek High School, to Sarah, to Denise, to Diane Murray, to everybody else that even just raised the possibility of naming the facility after Nate. If we knew Nate, it was one of his biggest, it was probably his biggest passion next to his family, and it means an awful lot. If I was being totally transparent, he would probably be very embarrassed by this. But my kids and I really appreciate the gesture and are thrilled with what you're doing. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Fidrich, for catching that. After that, we had a discussion about the facilities condition assessment, which is almost complete, pretty much complete. And so I think at this time, Mr. Auding, if you want to come up and explain just kind of what people are looking at, and give it. Oh, it's Kevin Kelly, of course. Mr. Kelly. Would you like to talk a little bit about the facilities condition assessment?
Yes, ma'am, I guess I will. I don't know what you have in front of you, but if it's the same document that we presented to the operator, is it the same document we presented?
The same.
All right, well, the first part of it, you're going to see just kind of an executive overbrief of what we did and how we did it. And then the next tab is kind of, let me pull mine up right quick so I don't speak out of turn here. Yeah. And then the next one is your breakdown of your yearly cost summary and stuff. It's pretty much the one that's going to catch your attention the most because it's broke down into categories which reflects the same categories that you guys just went through a very long process of working with to do your fiscal year 2024 8%. So we wanted to make sure we align this so that you can use this in the future to help you balance out your 8% future funds. You'll see a few hard numbers in there that are relatively large. They're probably a little shockers to you, but the current need is the fiscal year 22 and 23. And then as you'll probably notice, I'll just jump on past that, but your mechanical number is pretty high. That is an overview of all of the facilities we looked at. The next category that we did was the yearly cost summary report, and it's location-based. And that's a very long section of it that goes for each facility we assessed. So if you want to look at just a particular facility, that's how that's broke out in there. Let's see. And then the last one is a yearly cost summary by categories and things that will cover that. But as we read, this is a format that you can use to benchmark what your current needs are and what your future needs are, and it can also help you establish some of your priorities and things like that. That pretty much covered what I talked about, Robert.
So, Mr. Kelly, thank you. Just to sort of summarize, the facilities condition assessment is a comprehensive document where we have in painstaking detail documented pretty much everything at the schools, and it kind of goes hand in hand with our 10-year plan because we're looking at trying to plan spending next year, next 2 years, next 3 years. It's a maintenance-based document. It's not looking at adding anything or acquiring anything or changing anything. It's just this is what it would take to maintain the 35 school district buildings plus our other buildings for the next 10 years. So I guess at this point, if board members have any questions for Mr. Kelly? No?
And like Ms. Bowe was saying, some of the things that aren't included in there is your typical 8% like tree trimming and things like that. FF&E is not in there. Furniture and fixtures, of course, and band equipment things is not part of a facility condition assessment.
Technology is not in there. This is just sort of what it would take to continue to maintain these buildings over time. And so
Correct.
When we were looking at this and talking about it, what might jump out to people is that currently, if we were to try and replace or repair the things that needed replacing and repair right now, it would take $52 million, $148 million projected over the next 10 years. We currently have authorized $25 million a year of 8% funding to address some of these issues, so we are in a perpetual state of catch-up and a perpetual state of deferred maintenance. And again, there's a lot of other things that we know we've been talking about in terms of school capacity, in terms of technology, athletic facilities, different things that are out there as well that we sometimes kind of try to address with our 8% funding. But at the current rate, there's just no way for us to catch up. So we had a motion coming out of committee, and I would like to go ahead and read that in and then answer any questions. The motion is that the Operations Committee is putting forward is to direct the superintendent to use the facilities condition assessment to begin planning for a future referendum.
Second, Ms. Fidrich. Discussion? Dr. Quaz.
Thank you, Ms. Boatwright and Mr. Kelly. So I'm a little confused. The referendum projects are normally, like classroom expansion and new facilities or upgrades to, like, for example, the technology and safety and security. So normally our maintenance maintenance needs are considered 8% projects. And so that's why I'm a little confused about the motion. That's number one. And number two, I feel like, why do we have to make this motion? We have hired a superintendent. If we want him to be working on a referendum, I think that should be his decision about what, how he goes about that. He has the knowledge and the expertise, just the way we did when we got started with the last referendum that was very successful in 2019. It was Dr. Berg that decided how would he develop the referendum. And I really think it should be Dr. Rodriguez to decide how he's going to develop it. And ultimately, yes, he will bring it to the board because we are the ones that have to approve it and vote on what's actually put on the ballot for the voters. So I just don't think this is necessary.
Question?
Dr. Rodriguez wants to
comment.
Weigh in.
Yes. So if I understand the motion is not about directing or telling what's on the next referendum, but more about saying, we can move forward with a referendum, right? And as I understand it, so a lot of work and planning and everything else doesn't happen before it comes to the board, and the board says, we never wanted another referendum. I think that's kind of what you're saying, is this is a way to say, hey, we're open to another referendum. If you're going to plan on it, this is a kickstart for you to mow.
Right.
Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I have no intention of saying how or what or when. Yep. It's more in operations over the last, I've been on operations for 20 months. So over the last 20 months, and I know well before that, every time we talk about, we get something like a facilities condition assessment, or we get something like the CIP or the 10-year plan, we know we don't have the money. And so this is an effort to say we've got some hard data. It's the beginning of a new school year. We've got that kind of out on the horizon. Let's just get this party started. Let's just kick this off and make basically official that we need to start preparing, because we know that we're going to need to get some more money here in the near future. I mean, it's clear from the facilities condition assessment, we cannot keep up with just the basic maintenance. And we need to start thinking about what do we need, and I know that that's what Dr. Rodriguez needs to do. So it's not for us to tell him how. It's just to say, could you please begin thinking about this?
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The way I interpreted this, based on what we've discussed in past meetings, we've already directed that at our work session coming up in September, that there's going to be a discussion about the Bluffton area and how that would be impacted, and potentially have some items for a referendum on that. The way I understood this motion was that it was the FCA items, us looking at potentially prioritizing those to offset the cost of our regular maintenance. Is that correct?
No, my impression,
No. Okay.
What we talked about was more, this is some hard data that's come in that's letting us know that we need more money. And so I just thought it would be a great time with this. We spent a fair amount of money. We've cataloged extensively our schools. We have the conclusion of the Bluffton North of Broad and the potential for another committee coming. We've got the enrollment projections, et cetera, et cetera. So let's just tie that all together. I didn't strictly mean to tie it to the FCA. It's just, this is some hard data. This is a report with numbers that lets us know that we need to do more. So let's ask the superintendent to start doing something about it and start preparing something to bring back to the board.
Okay, so I was wrong. Because if it was tied to the FCA, then I can get behind that. But if it's just based on, okay, we've got this report, we know we need money, I'd like to go by the data. So I support the motion as it's written, where it does reference the FCA, because then we know here's a checklist item that you guys can use as a guiding post and some data. The other thing I'd like to also mention is the Esser Funds. I know we're having a presentation later, and I'm of the viewpoint, any referendum that we bring forward, we need to make sure that the Esser dollars are part of the conversation, that we are mentioning how we are going to offset the cost of a future referendum using those Esser dollars, and that we're allocating, whether it's a percentage amount or a certain number of items, whether it's all HVAC, roof, whatever. There's certain ways that we can use those funds to offset the referendum. And I think that really needs to be a part of the conversation because people are looking at us for that. So I was just going to tie it into this.
And actually, I think you and I, it is data. But what I was saying is it's not just using the FCA as the only piece of data. Like this is a really hard bit of data that's taken a lot of time for the district to gather. So let's use this data. Let's also incorporate other things that are going on and just basically kick off a referendum. So it is using the data. It's just not limiting it to the FCA, because I thought maybe you were saying we were only going to be using like maintenance data. But no, this is using it. This is a good data point to start. It's something to hang our hat on.
Do you think that we need to be more general then in the motion? If the intention behind it is to get the kickstart of, I thought we were already there with kickstarting the future referendum conversation.
Well, I think we've talked about items like needing new school, needing elementary, needing what, right? And so yes, I mean that's the only way really for us to get there in terms of a new school. But there are other items that are sitting out there. For example, there were items left off of the last referendum that a committee had provided feedback on. There may be new items at this juncture that need to be considered, right? As we look at another referendum, I think I'm interpreting it and seeing it as a, hey, let's go. We're all on board. Through the vote, you're signaling we're all on board, or we're on board, right? As a board, and let's go. That's the way I look at it. If unless I'm mistaken, right?
I like that. Let's go.
Okay, this is kind of a left-handed way to give you a direction to start up on the referendum. I think we should be a little bit more direct, put it on the work session agenda and talk about it, and all the issues about it. Mr. Smith.
In terms of what we're saying, mixed emotion, but I've was in some of the schools, and in terms of being on the operations committee spot since I've been on the board until the previous last June, but I still attend the meetings, and seeing that there were things that are needed. I'm concerned because this is a conversation piece in whole as to who, what, where, when, why, and how we come to some of this information. How do we decide what we need, what was done in the past, what was working? Because when we spend money, it should be a reasoning every time, a logic of why this money needs to be spent. And we can't move forward until we dissect and we understand what's the process in terms of the things that are on the 8% list. And with that being said, being in the schools this week, I've seen where there are things that we need, and the way that we have chosen what's on that list, we have possibly to some degree changed it. And I've seen to where admin has been telling in prior years of what they possibly needed in their buildings, and now the terminology of how we're getting the information is changing to how we determine what is on the list of the 8% projects. Just to stay on key here, this is not a one size shoe fit all. I think there are other variables that go into this conversation that we're not discussing today, but is very important. And I bring it up at this time, like I said, because I was just in the school back when I was on the operations. We used to let's see what admins need, and the staff would go out and check and obsess those things. Now that's not the process. And I've seen where now staff are saying that there were things that we needed or that we said that we needed that they did not receive. And now I see the need for those things. Just go ahead and put that out there. I'll leave that part of it alone. But within the whole situation of the referendum, sure, we need a referendum, but I would like for us to be not just, to me, bringing this motion up is a little just no different than the last meeting when Mr. Campbell brought up a motion about the grade change. I feel like this motion is kind of a little bit the way we headed in terms of, oh, are we ready to, let's go now. It's kind of almost a surprise versus the same way how Mr. Campbell brought up the motion about the grade change. Making a referendum is a little different, especially we were going to discuss that at the work session. Now, and I kind of said it a lot, but my thing is that there's a conversation that needs to be taking place beyond just tonight, as in, let's go. Who, what, where, when, why are we let's going is my point. Thank you, to tune it up.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the words "to use the FCA" from the motion.
I'll second it.
I'm sorry, who's second? Dr. Broad is second the motion. To strike the words "use the
To use
FCA."
the FCA.
To use the FCA. Okay. Strike those words so that it would read, motion to direct the superintendent to begin planning for a future referendum. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
I'd just like to comment, I think it should be more general, as I said in my remarks a few minutes ago, and let the superintendent, that's his job, he's good at it, he can decide what information he wants to use, and this definitely tells him that the board wants him to start working on it. I don't see how that could be misinterpreted from the way it's amended.
That's an excellent amendment.
Well, I still think it's a real left-handed way to come about this. We should have put it on the agenda as,
I agree.
the referendum, and not
definitely
to be more direct about it, but that's just my opinion. So let's vote on this.
I think there's
The amendment?
hands up.
Hands up. Earl's and Tricia's.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr.
Hey, Ms. Fidrich?
I just want to make sure that everybody understands, this is a 163-page report that details a very dedicated effort to go through a majority of our schools and delineate the concerns within the schools having to do with air conditioners, windows, doors, ceilings, everything. 163 pages. And I believe the intent of the Operations Committee, I am part of it, I voted for this, was just to ensure that this FCA report, which took almost 6 months to conduct by a group of professionals that know what to look for, is used in the planning. This is not a community group that went around and said, I think the ceiling is leaking. This is a group of professionals that have done this 163 pages. So I am not going to vote for the amendment because I truly believe that what came out of operations, the intent was just to say, hey, Dr. Rodriguez, this is great information. Okay, let's make sure you use the FCA when you begin planning for that referendum. So.
Mr. Smith? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, go ahead. Mr. Smith?
He must have got more to say.
Mr. Smith, only one of us can run this meeting.
Let me see. Hi,
I'm called on you.
Okay.
we'll go ahead.
No problem. Actually, I just wanted to say after, listening to Mrs. Fidrich, actually, she was exactly right, and she did jog my memory, and that was one of the things that was brought also in supporting documents to the who, what, where, when, why, and how. And so I will definitely support what she said, and I will not, because I think that do matter, because that was an extensive report, and that report does matter because that tells taxpayers why we're spending money or why we're asking for what we're asking for, and I think that is very transparent, and that we should have that. And so, but yet, cash for no, you can't do a friendly amendment, but you can. Yeah, I won't support that motion because of that. I just say that.
Okay. Mr. Campbell?
I was just going to say that I heard talked about, was mentioned in the discussion about 8%. I didn't know that. I thought we were talking about referendum money to build schools. You know, that's what I got out of the discussion from the Operation Committee meeting that I listened to last week. So, you know, we're going to have to build more schools, and they're going to have to be in Bluffton, you know, whether we like it or not, you know. So I think we should be prepared to do it, you know. Thank you.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to state my intention for taking out the FCA part of this is because I've heard from the superintendent who mentioned other things like the former community committee who established some needs, and we've got the work with the Bluffton Growth Committee and the things that have come out of that. So I was trying to make it more holistic because it seems personally to me that he knows his different check boxes, his boxes that he needs to check. So I had faith in him to make sure he checked all his boxes, and if he brings forward a plan in the future that doesn't include the FCA, I'll be voting it down. So, praise God, say that.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to go down the road of a referendum, I'm going to look at every piece of data and information that I have available to me at any given time in order to make the best decisions possible for what that referendum looks like. I mean, that's the way to do it, you know. Anything at your disposal, use it, you know.
Ms. Robine?
Yes, I just wanted to make the comment, because I heard a couple people say they didn't think it was referenced. It is referenced on our agenda. It says, you know, the motion is written on our agenda. Motion to direct the superintendent to use the FCA to begin planning for a future referendum. So certainly you know, to me, this is about the referendum, right? And I don't think that we need to really be worried about how we talk to it. I tend to support the motion prior to the amendment because I think it is reflected on our agenda. It's written that way, that's how we said, you know, what we said we were going to talk about, and this narrows it down a little bit.
Okay, my only point is we started off with the FCA and we ended up with the referendum. It started off as an FCA. We got the FCA report, and somehow I think we need to keep it that way. Keep it focused on that, Mr. Mel Campbell.
I think we are focused on the FCA, and I think most of the.
Could you speak into the mic?
I think most of the, you know.
You gotta like just really get in there with the microphone.
I don't know. Man, I'm going to swallow this thing. Anyhow, I think we are focused on the FCA, and I think the focus is really directing the superintendent to utilize the FCA.
Right.
And I agree that referendum may not be the direction, but if he utilizes that FCA, he's going to end up with referendum. That's basically the point. That the FCA is giving us, enormous amount of information that leads us to know that 8% can't sustain us and that we need to go in a more extensive direction. And if you, I don't care how you slice it, if you use that FCA, it's gonna end up referendum.
Okay, let's vote on the motion. It's up, which is the amendment.
But it was seconded by me. There we go.
Oh, second by,
Correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
There.
I'm sorry.
It was just fixed.
Oh, it's fixed. Fixed before I looked up there. Okay, all those in favor of the amendment? That's two. Kathy? Kathy?
No.
You're a no. Angela?
No.
Okay, so we have two yeses and all those opposed?
Are you opposed now?
No. Everyone else. So the motion, the amendment fails. We go back to the original motion, which is motion to direct superintendent to use the FCA to begin planning for a future referendum. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye. Middleton. Aye. Robine.
Aye, Robine. Aye, Middleton. Aye, Boatright. Aye, Mel Campbell. Dick, Tricia, and Earl. They're all ayes. Those opposed? Oh, I'm opposed because I didn't say aye.
I'm going to abstain because I
And
think it's...
those abstaining?
Sorry.
Dr. Quaz, you're abstaining?
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Wisniewski, you're abstaining? Okay.
Is Mr. Smith abstaining?
No, he voted for it.
You voted for it? Okay.
I voted for it, just for FYI.
Okay, thank you. There are still more operations coming your way. This meeting clocked in at 2 hours and 45 minutes. So, the other thing that was brought up, we had some conversations, as you'll recall, at the beginning of my report, which was student services and instructional services, ARs. And just as a side note, I will let everyone know we have some future meetings coming up. We have a future meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, at 4 o'clock at the district office. We are meeting with county council on Thursday at 3 o'clock, and we are meeting Monday, the 22nd, at 4 o'clock to discuss Title IX and various ARs. So to say that the operation committee's plate is full is an understatement. It has been discussed multiple times that student services aligns more closely with academic committee. So the three of us in operations voted unanimously to recommend that student services be assigned, for lack of a better term, report to the academic committee. So I'm making that motion now.
I second.
And Tricia Bittridge is leaping to the second.
Tricia Bittridge, second. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Mr. Smith is opposed. Kathy?
I actually wanted to have a discussion before we voted, so I didn't get my hand up soon enough, so I will abstain.
Okay. Angela?
Middleton, aye. I agree.
Aye. Okay. Did you get that, Robin? Okay, I'm going to stop us for just a second and back us up to the Battery Creek motion.
Yeah.
Because Mr. Stroman is in the house.
Oh, good. Excellent. We were hoping he would be able to join us.
You now have a gymnasium named after you. Would you like to say a few words, Mr. Stroman?
And I'd like to say thank you for making the drive out here. That is... Great.
Don't ask me how am I doing. Good evening. Good evening especially to Dr. Rodriguez and school board members. I am grateful and appreciative to receive this honor. It is something I've never envisioned when I began coaching girls basketball at Battle Creek High School. I thank you and and humbly accept this honor, not only for me, but for all persons who were so very supportive during my basketball career at Battery Creek. I'd like to thank John Drafts, who had the confidence to offer me his position. Also, I wish to thank all my past administrators who allowed me the freedom to coach. I must definitely thank Diane Murray, of course most of you know, who laundered the uniform, secure and supervised scorekeepers, team managers, along with anything else she thought that I would need for the team. But it really was the dedication, commitment, and enthusiasm of the young ladies who played the game and made the wins possible. They did it. I was just there. Also, I must not forget the entire Beaufort County School District and community for their support during playoff and championship games. We went to the Coliseum in 1996 and 1998. It was not a Battery Creek team, it became a Beaufort High School District team because all county schools were present and represent themselves. Lastly, as I look around our community, I see many former Battery Creek varsity basketball players who have become productive citizens. For an example, Ms. Sarah Hayes, who is now the athletic director at Battery Creek. Ms. Jamie Allen is the principal at Whale Branch. These young ladies and others represent the rewards of teaching students that many hours of practicing and perseverance can lead to success. Again, board, I say to you, thank you very much.
All right, I win the award for best committee report, for sure. And we're not done yet. To put the bow on this long, long report, we have Mr. Rob Corbin with the construction update.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to provide the August construction projects executive summary update. As Robin's pulling up the information in the PowerPoint, it's been a very busy summer. The August report is 87 pages and includes construction updates for 33 referendum projects, 66 8% capital improvement projects, 3 HVAC Esser projects, 6 bipolar ionization projects that are funded from Esser Funds, as well as district-wide bottle filler Esser projects, and 6 food service equipment improvement projects. We do continue to experience long lead times and cost increases due to supply chain issues, current market conditions, and inflation. I will point out that to address the current market conditions and inflations, the board did approve use of $31.1 million on premiums at the July 12th board meeting. These funds will be used to provide additional funding to complete the remaining referendum project scopes. And this use of the bond premiums will be tracked, and that tracking tool will be the program contingency log that has been used to date. Moving on, there are 3 yellow traffic lights that appear in the month's project updates. Going forward to slides 5 and 7. These are for Battery Creek High School. We have reported this now repeatedly for a few months. We do continue to have schedule concerns due to various material delays that are contained in this portion of the report. On slides 8 through 11, Robert Small's International Academy has a yellow light for the continued schedule concerns for the electrical switchgear, but we are coming up with a good, viable alternative plan for that campus. And on slide 20, for Defusky Island Elementary School. We still have a yellow light there. What's going on there is that we've got budget and schedule concerns. If you recall, we had planned to do that project at Defusky Island in conjunction with work that the county had moving forward, or scheduled to move forward associated with paving. But due to budget and schedule concerns that the county has experienced, they have temporarily put that work that they had planned to do at Defusky Island on hold. So we'll follow up with them at the end of the year to see if they've been able to resolve any of those concerns so that work at Defusky Island will move forward. I will point out, slide 56, we did include there on the right, two options that are being explored. Right now, the construction documents have been completed, and the construction manager is preparing Gmp proposals for both of those two options that are shown there. We fully anticipate to receive those Gmp proposals before the end of the month so that they can be reviewed, and our goal is to bring them to the board in September to share the results of those Gmp proposals. Moving forward to project closeouts, we have completed and closed out all of the FY 2018 8% capital projects. For FY 2019, we're down to closing out the 5 remaining projects, and on slides 76 to 77, you'll see the closeout information associated with the referendum projects. These two slides contain information on 23 projects. 10 of the projects have been closed out and completed to date, and there are 3 yellow traffic lights that are on there right now. Those projects with the yellow traffic lights have taken a little longer to get across the finish line, but we are in receipt of the final pay apps for those 3 projects, and they're being reviewed and processed currently. The referendum financial expenditures now through the end of July total $149,855,717. And I'm going to go ahead and conclude with a little bit of community outreach information shown on slide 86. For Hilton Head Island Middle School, we do have a date and time now scheduled for that groundbreaking ceremony. It is scheduled to take place, as you see there, on August 31st, starting at 2 p.m. And I'll go ahead and conclude my construction update with that information and see if there's any questions.
Mr. Smith.
Just to go back to the St. Helena Elementary School slide.
Yes, sir.
And my question is, I was there and I noticed that on the side of the building you have the St. Helena, the sign up on the side of the building. And I was wondering, was that complete, or for clarification, or that's just there for an advertisement for right now?
I don't know the answer to that, I'll be honest. I would have to look into that. That may be part of an exterior graphics package that may be under contract right now, but if you'll do me the courtesy, I'll be glad to research that question for you, and I will get a follow-up answer back to you just as quick as possible.
Okay, thank you. And I just brought it up just because it's definitely a concern. And I just hope that it's not that is not a finished product. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This may have already been asked and answered quite a while ago, but I just wanted to inquire because it jumped out at me based on the adjustments. On the 2019 referendum 519 first page, it lists design services with an original appropriation amount of $15 million and a recent adjustment of $8.9 million. Can anybody explain to me what the design service, was that the design services for district office?
No, yeah, I'll be glad.
Design services fee?
Yeah, I'll be glad to fill that question. That is for all of the various design services associated with all of the referendum projects. If as you look down to about mid-page on the page that Robin has up, you'll see that there's design services, and in parentheses you'll see, for example, CES for Coushaw Elementary. Those dollars come out of the bigger bucket, and then when they're used at the project level, they're listed individually. So you'll see that the original dollar amount, once there's a intended use for it, it then gets a budget in the lower section, and the adjustment is made to the line item that you originally addressed.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. And I would like to conclude my meeting with a reminder that we have a meeting tomorrow at 4, Thursday at 3, and then again Monday at 4.
Okay. Thank you. We're on to the superintendent's report.
Yes, Mr. Stribinger, as Dr. Stratos makes her way forward to begin the student achievement portion of that, one thing we didn't do this evening when we recognized Coach from Battery Creek is take a photo with Coach since he's here. So with your permission, while Dr. Stratos gets ready, can I have a photo with him and his wife?
Is that okay with you all? You can always fill in a Battery Creek background.
I was just informed as well, somebody's wife was an educator for Miss Tanya Crosby, so thank you, ma'am, as well for being an educator and serving. So board members, good evening. Chairman Stribinger and board members, we have a host of presentations for you this evening. I am going to be concise as possible with our teammates. I do have a team joining us. The first presentation this evening, as I'm sharing with you, is a brief summary of summer school. If we can go to the next slide, Mrs. Cushenberry, thank you. One more. Yeah, that would be it, perfect. So just as a quick reminder, and I think this slide will probably sum up a majority of this part of our presentation, this is sharing with you the numbers of the students who we served. It's also providing you information of the window of opportunity for student learning. In the secondary area of high school, we served 628 students, middle school 567, and at elementary, 1,067 students. I'd like you to pause for a second to look at the third grade, where we service 321 students. We recognize that third grade is the retention grade level. Kudos to our families, our students, our educators, 150% for retainees this year, ladies and gentlemen. That is significant. So I want to put a big thank you to our educators who worked this summer. As we proceed to the next slide, is just a quick reminder for you and actually for myself to have great appreciation for the amount of work that took this summer. This is showing all the sites north of the Broad where we had summer school as well as camps. MedTech 7 Conroy camps, and at YMCA, as well as a combination of schools hosting one another subject to the construction that we had being conducted. Next slide, Mrs. Cushenberry. Again, now this will show you the south of the Broad, the locations of summer school. And the next two slides are just a quick reminder of the curriculum and instructional tools that were utilized from elementary as well as at the secondary, which would be the final slide in this deck. I would ask to pause with the PowerPoint if we can cross over at this time to the ATSI and priority schools presentation. And if I could ask Daniel Fallon to please join me up front, our Director of Data Services. But I will ask, are there any questions on summer school? I just wanted to give the numbers. I think that was the most significant point.
Mr. Malcolm?
Yeah, I'm good with the numbers. I saw 1,000, I've got the last part, 1,067 or something like that, students in elementary.
Yes, sir.
High school number
And a, yes, sir.
middle school number.
Yes, sir. That would be the, right there.
Okay. So all together, service about 2,400 students over the summer.
Yes, sir.
Out of a total population of 21,000.
Yes.
We serviced just about under 12% of the student population over the summer. We had an increase of over 458 students who we provided services this summer as well, sir.
I just wanted that number to be fixed in my mind. 12% you said?
Just about, sir, yes. And that was just a quick analysis.
Yes.
I kept that close to me, Mr. Campbell, because I do recall at our prior presentation, you had question regarding the numbers, so yes, sir.
I still have one, so I'm going to let it go until next time.
Appreciate it. I'm also dependent to make note on the amount of educators we're able to hire, and we do stick to a 15-to-1 ratio at the elementary. So I have to share that component as well. And we were running summer camps. These numbers do not reflect camps. This is the academic component solely. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Stratus. So I'm not sure if I understood you correctly. So you said 321 third graders, and that's a retention year. How many were retained? 4.
4.
So you said 4 out of the 321.
Yes, ma'am.
So 317. I mean, that's a pretty darn good percentage. That's fabulous. And I know-
Ms. Fidrich, I know you know this, but if just for anybody who may not be aware, students have to meet a certain criteria in order to move beyond that retention, right? And so some of that is a score on different assessments, whether it's
177 on MAP at the posts and a
MAP and
419
I-Ready.
Yes, sir.
Right. So
So that's fabulous. So my question is, besides third grade, how successful was summer school, like middle school, high school, and how do you know that it was successful?
What I can share with you, Mrs. Friedrich, and I'm just going to briefly, some numbers in my head from the amount of high school ingenuity courses that we had instituted. I had 186 students who were able to move up to the next respective grade level at high school. We had 12 additional students meet graduation criteria. Those are the numbers that I looked close at for this presentation because of the high school component to avoid dropouts. So I strongly feel that our intervention of summer programs and the availability of funding either through Esser or through general funding really does give a strong support to our students. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question.
Mr. Smith?
Just a process question in terms of, I'm glad that Aurelius brought that up. So with the third grade component, so due to COVID, they still had to have a certain score to pass. So even during COVID, there was a pass or fail.
So the answer to that is yes, Mr. Smith. That is a requirement by the state. It's also legislation. So with COVID itself, they did have a hold harmless component for 1 year. That was removed some time ago. We are at a position that we are holding ourselves and our students to teaching and learning and accountability.
Okay, so there was one for 1 year, but after that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's great to know. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, I will turn the page. With that, Mr. Fallon, if you will come on down and join me, and Mrs. Cushenberry, if you could bring up the Word document. Thank you. This document that you have in front of you is a summary of our ATSI and priority schools. As Mrs. Cushenberry has paused on page 2, This is just a quick reminder of the state and federal requirements. I'd like you to go to page 3 of the document and recognize on that final paragraph. It is my disclaimer from the state sharing that we are expecting a new list coming out fall of 2022. We recognize that all our standardized data is embargoed. This presentation will not provide that information at this time and place. So the data, and Mr. Fallon will be sharing more information with that, will be basically, it's dead data. I hate to put it from that perspective. It'll be spring map data that you'll see, which is projection data prior to the standardized testing of last spring of 2022. If we turn the page to page 4, this is just a quick note of, given the opportunity to look at the goals, our strategic goals for mid-year, I do want to slide in that this document has now been approved. Our goals that we presented to you for the district strategic plan were approved last week by the state. Page 5, we start with Beaufort Elementary. I will not go through the reading. I just want to do some quick highlighting for each of you. If you look at the points of success, key to the work at Beaufort Elementary are the interventionists and support for MTSS, or multi-tiered support systems in reading and at math. I think what's very important to note, if you look on page 5, and I will count down to which bullet numbers, to 6 and 7, Beaufort Elementary has been identified as an ATSI school subject to their students with disabilities, and you're aware of this. We've reported on this. I'd like you to see the positive outcomes on focused instructional practices with the utilization of iReady, which is a district-wide reading program. Originally, we utilized it with special education, and we went district-wide. It'll be 2 years this academic school year. If we look at the growth initiatives, energy is being placed into numeracy coaches working with teachers, building capacity. As we turn the page to page 6, the school is also focusing on hands-on math manipulatives, increasing the amount of arts in basic curriculum, as many of you know, as ABC schools. The focus on computer literacy through our DODEA grant, which is our partnership with the Department of Education. We have focus on writing across your curriculum, and integration of brain boosters, as some of you were in the class who recognize it was used with gifted and talented. It's being used across the board with our students. With that, Mr. Fallon, if you'd like to come down.
Good evening. As Dr. Stratus mentioned, it is a brief overview this evening, so I will go over this data chart so everyone understands.
Can Mr. Fallon speak into the microphone, please? Can't hear him.
So this evening,
much better.
We'll walk through this data for Beaufort Elementary School so we understand what it is, and then the rest is the same. If you do have questions about any of the specific data as we move through the schools, we can answer them then. So first and foremost, this is data that was from spring 2022. It is NWA MAP data. It's grades 3 through 8. Beaufort Elementary School, having grades 3 through 5, took the assessment. This is not the accountability assessment. That testing is done. The data is in. It's under embargo until October 15th, at which time we will come back. We will present that again. And it's, as Dr. Shaz said, we are looking at a new crop or a new identification of priority list, CSI, TSI, ATSI. So tonight's presentation, there are 6 ATSI schools. Beaufort Elementary, as mentioned, is an ATSI school. All of these schools that are presented this evening are an ATSI for the school subgroup of students with disabilities. 2 priority schools are Hilton Head Island Middle School and Whale Branch Middle School. Those are priority schools based on the overall score of the school, not a specific subgroup or a specific category. So for ease of understanding the table in front of you, if we start with school name, that is column 1. We'll go over to the demographic, column 2. And then mathematics, that'll be columns 3, 4, 5. Reading, columns 6, 7, 8. So if we do a quick comparison to column 3 to column 5, the fall to the spring for mathematics, we can see at Beaufort Elementary School, the students grew from 33.3% projected proficiency to 38.8% expected to meets or exceeds. So we saw that group grew. We see the same for African American students. They grew as a subgroup. Our Hispanic subgroup declined marginally. We also see increases for our Caucasian and our students in poverty. And we so see no overall change for our ML students and our students with disability. So that's the ELA component, or sorry, mathematics. Now for ELA, we see just for ELA, we see 4 areas of growth. We see the all students, we see African Americans, we see the Hispanic subgroup, as well as the students in poverty. When we see little slight regressions, when we do look at Caucasian students and students with disabilities, with no change for our ML students. So all the data tables are built that same way. So you can quickly compare either column 3.5 or 6.8 to see if there's a trend overall of improvement on projected proficiency. Again, based on NWA map, not the actual accountability assessments.
Thank you, Mr. Fallon. The next school that it should be in front of you is Broad River Elementary School. Ms. Constance Goodwine-Lewis is our principal, and just some quick review. Points of success, master teacher acquired this past October. Broad River Elementary is one of our schools involved in a UVA partnership. You'll be hearing a little bit more of that coming forward in a presentation with myself and Ms. Mona Lisa Dixon. And if we look down to the growth initiatives, Ms. Principal Constance recognizes a continuous improvement model is necessary. She's continuing the use of scholastic literacy, utilizing data to drive instruction. She's seeking to continue with instructional alignment and standards-based instruction. And the work that they're doing also with Palmetto literacy, and if you see at the bottom letters, is one of the add-ons this year as a requirement of the South Carolina Department of Education. They are confident at the alignment of their scholastic primary curriculum in working with letters. If we go to page 8, again, it's just a brief data update, and again, this is data from last spring. And to turn the page, you'll be at Hilton Head Island Middle School. What a new principal is this year, Clint Austin. He's sharing his interest and devotion to increasing representation in our International Baccalaureate Middle Years program, recognizing the needs of our multilingual students, increasing professional development for his teachers in IB-MYP, instructional emphasis upon math, literacy, and science, and emphasis in the fine and performing arts. An initiative that they started this past year was with community outreach, that they were working with their school renewal plan, their SIC, and they were seeking to continue that this academic school year. I'd like to give special attention and kudos to the school, because this past year they also had 6 athletic championships, and it's identified there on the first part of that page. Again, you'll see the data points. And as we turn to Joseph Shanklin Elementary, the beginning of this page does give you some brief history that I've shared with you in the past of Joseph S. Shanklin Elementary School. But I'd like to draw attention to the third paragraph on this page. Central to the school's outlook is the opportunity of building upon student talents, and at Joseph Shanklin Elementary is an exciting place for learning and leading for all their pre-K, kindergarten through 5th grade students. This is highlighted by their principal, Liz Rivera's quote, "Our goal is to develop the talents of our students alongside the development of their skills at solving real-world problems." I could share, I had an opportunity to be on that campus earlier today for a few classes to walk through, and the comment that I shared with educators as I left the building was, "Thank you for having education with noise." For those of you who've been in the class, you understand what I mean by that. Children engaging and learning and laughter. It was beautiful to hear that, and that is a great sign on a campus. Our children should need to be engaged. So I did want to share those quick kudos. If you look at the points of success, I think it's very important that they did pointed tutoring this past year and are continuing with that this coming year. And one of the emphasis at Joseph Shanklin is recognizing we already have a lot of initiatives. Let's get deeper and better at what we do. You turn the page to page 12. We recognize as well, and you'll hear a little bit more shortly, that Joseph Shanklin and the leadership of Ms. Rivera, they are one of our University of Virginia partners. We identify that they are seeking to have a continued school growth in second and third grade. They have a significant growing multilingual population. They have added a bilingual liaison. And at the bottom of the page, you'll note there's data from last spring. On page 13, Okatee Elementary School, another one of our new principals this year, Tracy Lanise. And I think it's important to share the quote in that one paragraph where it says points of success. There is great anticipation awaiting the results of this year's SC Ready and SC Pass test results, as the administration and staff are looking forward to the scores being released. And that's kudos to the prior principal, Ms. Jamie Pinckney, who retired, and Tracy had worked under her. And they've put a lot of emphasis on student learning and actually working towards being removed from the ATSI list. I'll turn the page to page 14. Once again, you'll see the information regarding our MAP data from spring. And we'll go to Pritchardville Elementary, another one of our ATSI schools. And you'll see similar patterns, increasing the amount of tutors, monitoring data in order to drive instruction, looking at the trends. One of the unique things at Pritchardville Elementary that you'll hear a language used by their principal, Brenda Blue, is that they do a triple dip. In other words, I may need support in one area, two areas, three areas, and they provide it. They provide that opportunity for our students. The teachers this coming year will continue with a Stetson Framework. For those of you, just as a quick refresher, we recognize that Stetson is an inclusion model for students with disability to be in the mainstream, and having a co-teaching model of that the special education teacher in the classroom with a gen ed educator. We turn the page to page 16. You can see their performance this past spring. And I will have us land politely at Whale Branch Elementary School, where Whale Branch Elementary integrates the Leader in Me framework to enhance students' opportunity at learning. Some of the keys this year, and I do have to share, is that we're fully staffed. Opening the school year, having a full staff means what? Greater opportunity for teaching and learning of our students. They have active professional development for academics. They are one of our Magnet School of America program schools, as their sister school right next door at the middle school. Whale Branch Elementary is also partner of the UVA. And you could see on the following part of the page some of the updates and growth that they're seeking for this coming year. Their data points from spring, which leads us to Whale Branch Middle School, Principal Jamie Allen. And I want to go right to the points of success. And my why for that is, what a significant decrease in behavior of students lends for what? An increase in opportunities for learning. Principal Jamie Allen went onto the campus with an attitude that we're going to create a culture and we're going to have a climate to engage our students for wanting to learn. That was evident in some of the data points that she has shared. What I also feel is important to note that if you look at the second bullet under 2022-2023 school initiatives, it is the school who has asked for the development of a house system within the campus this year, which basically gives a stronger sense of community. When your teachers are asking and the administrators working with the administrators and teachers are working together, it lends for what? A great opportunity for retention of educators, students being part of the community, and that's what Jamie Allen's putting on her campus. The last page of this presentation has the data points from spring MAP testing.
Questions? Pardon? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Dr. Stratos and Mr. Fallon. So, Daniel, I think you need to explain this to us every single year, so I apologize if you did last year, and I'm asking again. But we really shouldn't be too surprised with our end-of-the-year testing results based on these spring MAP results, right? But what's the alignment between our summative exams at the end of the year and this spring one?
Alignment is very close, but remember, you're going to see a larger discrepancy with ELA. MAP does not have a writing component.
That's right. Okay.
So those cut scores are a little higher to offset the absence of a writing component inside of NWA. And you also have to think these are given roughly a month before.
Right.
So there's a month left of learning.
Okay.
So these are strategically placed on the calendar in order to allow teachers to use the data towards the state assessment.
Right. So we are hoping that these spring, like reading, for example, this might be a minimum. Like we're hoping that the summative exam, the SC Ready and whatever is, at least what these scores are, right?
Wait for October 15th, we'll present the data. I have to watch what I say carefully.
Okay, all right.
But no, this is just a projected proficiency.
Right, okay.
That's all this is. This is just used for educators in the classroom. It happens to be a formative assessment that we can produce and give you annually. Right. But it's really for educators to use. Just, yes, it's just projections.
Okay. May I have one more? Dr. Stratos, this one's for you. And again, I think I asked this last year. So if you look at the schools that have as part of their bullets the use of Wilson reading or Orton Gillingham, and then you look at the reading scores, the MAP spring reading, I'm not saying you can make that correlation, but we all know that Orton Gillingham and Wilson are very strong phonetic ways to teach children that are lacking those skills. Do we have plans to incorporate Wilson or Orton Gillingham in some of our other elementary schools? And can we use this, can we make this correlation between these higher scores and that?
So, if I may show you my notes. I was waiting for you, ma'am.
I know you are.
And I mean that politely. This past summer, we had 68 educators trained in Orton Gillingham.
68?
Yes, ma'am, additional. Hallway conversation with the person who leads that in our special education department is the conversation, how is that incorporated into secondary settings? So that is our next goal. We feel that we really have a great representation now at the elementary, have flooded that development. We're now looking at how to get this into the secondary setting, recognizing that I may know environmental reading. So you may not know that I can't read. Right? I am being able to get through because I know certain things and I know what you're going to ask, but I don't know reading. So that was a conversation earlier today. We are looking into putting a plan together because the OG or Wilson, either or, one is based on science of neuroscience and the science of reading, where one is based on more reading practice. We'd like to get more of that into our secondary schools, so that will be our initiative this coming summer, ma'am.
You're not you're not radiating that you're done, so that's why I'm looking at you. Okay.
I think I know the answer to this, but I just wanted to double check. On page 18 for Whale Branch Elementary, under the Hispanic student line, it has for mathematics, fall, winter, map, it goes 0, and then there's a percentage, and then reading, it's got a percentage, and 0. Is that because those students just didn't take it?
No, that's actually the percentage of students projected to be meets or exceeds on the end of year state assessment. You also have to think about sample size at Whale Branch Elementary School.
And we don't disclose the sample size, right?
So
or the amount
I
of
would mask that if it was low enough, but it is a very small sample size. Okay. So a small group of students, none of them based on NWA MAP, were projected to be proficient on the state assessment in grades 3 and 4.
Got it. Thank you.
There are also only two grades.
Mr. Smith?
First, I would definitely like to say I thank you all for bringing us this information. This is very valuable information. And I thank you for being very transparent and being honest with us. But what my question is, in looking at this information and processing it, the who's, what, where, why, and when. I just go to the first, I go to the graph right there on the screen in front of us to understand it and make sure I'm processing it right. Basically, the demographic is everyone in the school, correct? And these are the first column is what they had the year prior to that.
So this is all just the 21-22 school year. So it's going to be fall, which is last year was given roughly in the first 3 weeks of school. Then right before winter break was winter, and spring was right before spring break. So those 3 data points all in one school year,
right?
Tracking the projected proficiencies.
Right. With that being said, when I look at this data, I am disturbed because of the fact that when I look at all this data and I look at the percentages, a couple things that stick out to me is the African American community, African American students in this district are suffering, and we have too many tools in this district to have these numbers. We just also, and this may be, some people may say this off, but we just gave the teachers an incentive to change these numbers, and I am very concerned. I'm looking forward to these numbers changing because these numbers are very alarming. I mean, I see in some schools where the percentiles change, but when I look at the whole total picture of what these numbers reflect, this does not look good in terms of our future workforce and our future product of a Beaufort County School District student. When I look at African American, Hispanic, I look at poverty, look at white ESL kids, the African American students are doing horribly. And all these, I've not seen probably except for one, I believe, and that's Red Cedar. So I don't know who has the yellow brick road or the recipe, as my mom said, the recipe to get this done. But I think that this is very important, and this is what we look forward to as board members, and this is some of our due diligence. And I'm looking for these numbers to come up. I'm very disappointed. I'm hurt. I'm concerned. Thank you.
Chairman Stribinger, may I? So, Mr. Smith, you're actually turning the page to our next presentation, because one of the tools, actually there are 2 tools, but one of the tools to utilize to increase academic achievement is actually building the capacity of leadership in the educators. So with that, I'd like the opportunity, may I turn the page to our final presentation. So as we close on the ATSI and priority school presentation, tonight I have the opportunity of sharing a summary with Mona Lisa Dixon, our Executive Director of School Transformation, with you. We will be providing information on the collective work being conducted with the district, school personnel, and the University of Virginia. This partnership amongst us gives us the opportunity to build leadership amongst our schools, not only of the administrators, but our educators. I'd like to share that the University of Virginia has a partnership between the Darden School of Business and the School of Education and Human Development. Their partnership for leaders in education, as we refer to UVA, PLE, that's our acronym, combines the most innovative thinking in business and education to better serve schools. These world-class organizations embodies education leaders to cultivate systematic change, in turn transforming schools, communities, and yielding remarkable student achievement. With that, I'd like to ask Ms. Mona Lisa Dixon to come down to the podium so as I do the first part of the presentation, Ms. Mona is going to continue to close the presentation. Our first slide is the University of Virginia at Darden School of Business. I'd like to give you a little bit of background information. Year one of this partnership, it was the building and development of the core change team. That was a combination of our executive directors and members from the district office. We started in the summer of 2021. We continued in November, where there was a shepherd's training and principal supervisors training. In January of 2022, there was a core team training. March of 22, core team training with principal meetings. June, we continued some professional development at the University of Virginia. Our principals have worked and developed a presentation under 90-day plans. You'll hear a little more of that information coming forward. Those 90-day plans were presented amongst each principal on August 1st and to a team of district personnel on August 4th. Next slide. I'd like to give you go back. Thank you, Mrs. Cushenberry. This slide shares with you a little bit of the background, mission, and vision of the University of Virginia's work, and it helps to give you a little bit of the why that we are involved in this program. The following slide basically is a composite of the words that the University of Virginia, or the PLE program, has in their belief systems. The slide illustrates a composite of the Partnership for Leaders in Education's beliefs. It centers around school leaders, systems, and all our conditions for transformational change. Next slide, please. This slide is central to the work in school transformation. It encompasses 3 pillars. School districts and schools are partners and are champions of change. School districts and schools, in tangent, hold one another accountable for the support of student learning, and the results are part of what we seek. The bottom item is that ultimately the goal is to advance the core team. Those are members of district personnel, and you'll hear a little more about that shortly, and principals for practices to advance core change and increase student achievement. The next slide is a Coherence Model slide. Those of you who attended Summer Institute heard Dr. Rodriguez speak a little bit on coherence. The UVA PLE model is aligned to the work that the district is currently doing at our core work. And the partnership builds upon the Coherence Framework, again, that was shared by Dr. Rodriguez at Summer Institute. The zeros, they zero in on the development of each participant's skills for effective practices to increase student learning. With that, the next slide will share with you the purpose of the work that is being done with Beaufort County in our core change team. Ms. Mona Lisa Dixon, please.
Thank you, Dr. Stratos. This slide takes you to the transition of the work from UVA to Beaufort County's core team and the school change team partnership. Members of Team Gold, we say we are the gold team because we're going to stand for the standard of gold. We have Dr. Mary Stratos, we have Dr. Celestine Levan, Dr. Nakia Campbell, Melissa Murray, Nicholas Flowers, Karen McKenzie, and myself. Our Fab 4 schools, Jamie Allen, principal of Well Branch Middle School, Marvin Neal, principal of Well Branch Elementary School, Elizabeth Rivera, we call her Liz, of Joseph Shanklin Elementary School, and Ms. Constance Goodwine Lewis of Broad River Elementary School. As you can see on this slide, we looked at a purpose coming together that we're talking about executing what we were going to give access to all of our students, delivered by a skilled and caring and continuously improving adult. Next slide, please, Ms. Cushenberry. Another thing that our team, we had to do align with our principals, is that we had to come up with desired outcomes. As you can see here, the desired outcomes are aligned with each school. We're talking about executing. Before we can ask our schools to do anything, we as a district have to have our mission, our vision, our beliefs, and also our things that we want schools to do in line. So we have to be in line if we want our schools to be in line. So this was one of the things that really helped us as a core change team to see that our desired outcomes need to be and have to be aligned to our schools. Next slide, Ms. Cushenberry. This model demonstrates how we as a district and school leaders will support, monitor, engage, and provide academic and emotional feedback for school leaders and their leadership teams. Each school strategically uses data to intentionally address instruction, professional development, climate, and culture. Next slide, please, Ms. Cushenberry. Here you will see on this slide, it talks about transformational leaders in education. Individually, we are a drop, but together we are an ocean. And here you see my statement, authentic by quote, that talks about UVA PLE is a way of aligning systems for school districts and schools in order to collaborate and co-create transformational strategies to move schools, not just for one, not just for two, but for all students that we want to make sure that we do. And now you will see from the next couple of slides are quotes from our principals showing their authentic voices. You can see here that Principal Jamie Allen says about UVA, it's mind-shifting experience, transformational experience, eye-opening experience. I love the way the business model is applied to education. Feed the elephant, rider, and set the path. We all had to read the book Switch, so that's where that comes from, feed the elephant and the rider. The professional development, the professional learning that I attended at the University of Virginia was exceptional. Having such an all-inclusive learning experience with the other BCSD principals and district office staff was very beneficial. I left the week with strategies, tools, and the belief that Joseph Shanklin Elementary is on the verge of a transformation. I am energized and excited to implement my 90-day plan and learn even more in the near future. That's Liz Rivera from Joseph Shanklin Elementary School. Marvin Neal tells us that my experience at UVA was amazing. The case studies allowed me to look at the transformational change through a different lens. I look forward to working collaboratively with my staff and the district core to bring about change at Well Branch Elementary School. We are focusing on areas of improvement and ensuring everyone is accountable for student success. And Constance Goodwine-Lewis wraps it up for us. In order to reach optimal student achievement, our systems cannot work in silos. So you as a board, our superintendent, all of us at the district and our schools, we have to collaborate and co-create if we're going to make our schools move. Questions? Answers?
Ingrid?
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Can you hear me? I am going to throw this microphone through the window. And I don't know if y'all can hear, but it is like there's another meeting going on right next to me. Drive me crazy. So thank you, Ms. Dixon and Dr. Stratos. Is it Dr. Dixon?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay.
Working on it.
Speak it in existence.
Like, yeah, okay. All right, good. So I have tremendous respect for both of you and for this program and what you're doing. And I'm going to sound like a broken record as well. But I was looking at the TSI where Hilton Head Middle School has 1% of its English language learners meeting or exceeding. And we have 388 Hispanic students. So that means there are roughly 385 students who are not meeting and exceeding. Why are we only doing 4 schools? And why can't, if we're going to do 4 schools, why can't we spread it out a little bit? I mean, we're doing 4 schools in one geographic area, and I don't begrudge those schools. I think it's great. I just don't understand what a board member's got to do to get some of these programs for her constituent students.
So, number one, Mrs. Boatwright, to share, again, the data is from spring. It's not the SC Ready data, nor is it Access data. So that information won't come out until October. I can feel the passion. Conversation with Mona and Superintendent, this is phase 1. Right? Our first goal was for us to be able to be effective at our work before we take on too much. We want to be effective at our work. We want to be able to have another phase. So we want to have success and add on. So I can't say who's on the add-on. Right now, I could share with you that we are seeking to work effectively with the 4 schools, our Fab 4. Our goal is to have another phase, ma'am.
And I know we're going to duplicate the pilot programs for the medical thing south of the Broad. I mean, this is all in the works, and I appreciate that. But what I guess I don't understand is there's a triage. And we've got 4 schools, and we put them all in right next to each other. So why can't we go to different areas? Because what if it works in Whale Branch and Joseph Shanklin, but we need a different approach at May River schools, and we need a different approach at Hilton Head schools. We're trying out a program in one small geographic area, and we represent a big district. So it perplexes me. I understand that more's coming. I appreciate that more's coming. 20 months in, I haven't seen anything else yet, so I'm just, optimistic. But I don't understand why, when we roll out these programs, it's all kind of in one area, and we're just not sort of looking at the district and spreading that out more. Because I think at 1% meets or exceeds in a student population, it's critical. The patient is critical. So I don't know how long we can wait to roll into phase 2, is what I'm saying. I think that there is some peril there for my constituents' schools to not have that until some date in the future.
So, one of the components, or I would say first, it's not really a program. I wouldn't consider this a program per se, right? But this is directing and leading transformation work in school buildings. One of the advantages when you have in one section is that you're prepping and building that whole transformation from an elementary and the middle in that pipeline there, right? And so that was one advantage about that particular area, okay, in order to be able to do that. But what we learn along the way, we implement in other places, because it's not a program, right? So it's transformation work. And to do that transformation work, you have to, it may benefit you to go see it, not at the school, but to go to UVA when they go one time and see what it is, because it is not a program, right? So it is not something that you just take and plop, right? You have to have the conditions set, number one. Number two, it was essential to have the district team prepped on this work and grow in this work itself, because this hasn't been done here. This hasn't been done. So you have to prep for something like this, because if you don't, right, then you have some supposed transformation work trying to take root in a school, but nothing at the district level to support that transformation work and initiative and build sustainability and longevity. And when you prep and you train the district team along those lines, there are things that they get out of those experiences that they can take back and apply in some other places along the journey as well, right? So that's part of it, right? So you start with a group, you prep, you grow your team in terms of this transformation work, you develop, and you expand.
And I agree, and I don't want to take up too much more time, but I guess all these programs that we're doing, nothing is being piloted or rolled out in Hilton Head. We're lucky if we can get one in Bluffton. And the problem I have with that, in terms of looking at from like more of a medical background, you can't try and say this works for this group and now it must work for the whole group. I just think as we're trying these different programs and we're piloting all these things and we're working to bring up achievement, we need to spread it out and try them in different parts of our district.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I hear you. I think one of the things I would say in addition is this, right? We heard Mr. Smith comment earlier, right? Let me just say this, okay? Driving instruction and moving kids forward is not easy work, right? And to think that you take something, you apply it, you plop it here, you apply it, you pop it here, and you apply it, and it makes a difference, it doesn't work that way, right? You have to develop capacity capacity all over the place along the way. The professional development that our teams get, that our teachers in different schools get, things that were available in Summer Institute, that's professional development, some of that grounded in the very work of UVA's PLE work, right? So it is spread in terms of the professional development and the capacity building. You know, we have educators in this room who worked for years, who dedicated careers to moving student achievement, right? And they can tell you that when achievement moves, it moves 1, 2, 3 points. When you see a 5-point move, right, celebrate it like nobody's business, right? Because that's not typical, right? That's not typical. When you see 2 points or when you see 3 points in overall school movement, that's significant, right? And in this work, it's about building capacity across the system in order to get it there. You start in one place, you develop, you learn, you apply, you build capacity around it, and you continue to the word escapes me now, but you continue to grow and spread that type of work along the journey. But it is a long process. You know, it is a long process. It's not a quick thing.
So let's get it started in other parts of the district.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I have a question.
Mr. Smith.
In terms of even my comments and to just to address what Ms. Dixon has aligned to what they're going to bring with this program. I think honestly there are a couple other things that in line with this program that that should be possibly brought to that I have seen and concerned, and also the community has brought to me as well. In terms of also experience, our best, brightest, and some people may take offense, but please don't. My point is that the best and brightest, sometimes we have to shift. What's the word? We have to shift, not really tools. We have to shift our best and brightest people to crisis areas. And that is something that I'm looking forward to in the district, because yeah, these schools may be down and you may have schools that are being up. Okay, so we need our experience and our brightest teachers or staff to be going to these lower schools, because if they're that good, these numbers are where they are, then some of them need to shift too, so that, because obviously they know how to teach, or they have some experience versus a newly teacher or a younger teacher coming in a class may have. So I mean that's what data teaches as well. That's just not a William Smith thing. That's something that has to shift. Whether you like it on Hilton Head or you like it on this side, because the restaurants, you have to go to the other side of the broad and teach wherever we need to offer more money. Then we need to do that. That's something that we need to look at as well. Now I just said that. That's something that we need to look at it as well. And my last thing is this. You know, my question is, what else do you need to make this happen? And this is something that I ask everyone. I'm really looking forward to this happening, and not Rodriguez, by no point of my scratch of my imagination. I really appreciated what you said this night, because you were passionate and you meant what you said. That's awesome. But now I just know that I have constituents, I have people out there who are looking for results, and I just want to know, what do staff need to make this happen besides some of these moves or whatever else? Whether it's funding, what is it?
So, Mr. Smith, to give you a direct answer right now would not be fair. I think it would only be proper to do a full analysis, no different than we did with facilities, as you would do in preparation for a conversation, what does our district need? But what I can share with you is working with finance department and looking, and I will share, we have a follow-up on Esser coming up, but our point person in federal programs is rather astute and very sharp penciled, all right, and making sure that she knows what we are seeking in advance so that we could work and continue this work. So again, I can't give you a direct answer. it is an opportunity of us maybe being collaborative with our district personnel and actually get the input from each of you to hear your passion regarding this.
Right, and just in closing, just to sum up my comments just to, my questions just now, I just want to be clear on this when I say this. I am just requesting that all students, not just one, but we're making sure that we're moving them all. That's my only point in talking about moving teachers, our stronger teachers, because I think all students should get a great level of academic and an opportunity to be education. And I'll just close with what Mrs. Neal said. Ensure everyone is accountable for their students. As a board member, I intend to be accountable. Thank you.
Mr. Mel Campbell.
Yeah, I'm going to say something to the board, more specifically than to the presenters and Dr. Rodriguez. I'm not sure that you understand exactly what they're presenting and what their direction they're going in. And I don't think we should start fractionalizing the district. I think they're looking at a program and looking at the possible area that will work best and try and develop a culture in that area and see how that works for the specifics of that area. And unless you really understand all of the components of what's happening, I don't think you should be critical. And it's not about numbers, because this thing that they're presenting, it's not even going to present any numbers right now. It's talking about let's develop a culture where things are happening, where we can generate the changes. And it's an area that they're working in that's basically, if I was picking from a standpoint of what I know of Beaufort County, I would pick that area to present that program, not Hilton Head, per se. Why? Because Hilton Head is in tremendous flux all the time. You know, Hilton Head went from the 1980s to being majority color culture area and schools to now a large component that's Latin. And that's been changing, and it's going to change, and to try to fix something to that area that requires a consistent culture is difficult, and this program requires a consistent culture. And that's what we have to understand before we start looking for results here and there. And I'm not sure we've got that kind of skill set to analyze what they're doing to that degree. They're presenting something and saying this is where we're going with it. And I think that's the way we should look at it. There aren't any numbers relative to this.
Okay, I think you summed that up beautifully.
Yeah, he did.
Really, that was as eloquent as, much more eloquent than I could have been.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next item on the superintendent's report is fiscal responsibility. So you have an Esser update there.
Good evening, Chairman and board members. You have before you the report that we've done for the last year, I guess, started last July. And these expenses are as the end of July, did not present in the July meeting. So this is July the 30th. And but you see a total of what was spent in June and July on the executive summary there of what was expended in those areas. And you can see they talked about earlier summer school and the numbers there. You can see the large amount of funds that were expended in summer school in both grants. There's still a few things that come in, but we also have 2 more years of summer school that we're going to be able to fund through our grants. We have next the FY23 summer school and the FY24 summer school. But I'm able to take any questions that you have.
So, I know that I've asked this before and I don't recall what the plan was, so I apologize. What is the plan to bring forward any changes or modifications to this, to the board? Because as I look through it, I see different areas of expenditures that haven't been, or excuse me, allocations that haven't been expended yet. And some that are within a 14-month period that have to do with staffing. And so my crystal ball tells me that's likely not going to happen, or maybe not to the full extent that we'd like it to. So what is the plan to bring it forward for modifications and for shifting these funds around to other areas?
And on the two staffing activities in probably Esser 3, where we're looking at where there's a big chunk of funds sitting there, it's with the instructional coaches and the master teachers. We've only had, out of all of those positions, there's 4 instructional coaches now that are all the high schools have one. We've added May River, I'm going to get all these wrong, Bufton, I think, Hilton Head, and one more, instructional coach for high school.
Yeah, I'll say.
Okay.
I see that one's completed at $790,000. Is that correct? Is that the one you're talking about?
Not completed.
In Esser 3? No, it says.
No, Esser 2 on that.
You're on Esser 2, okay.
Yes. So those positions, so we have 2 areas that may have a little bit of excess in staffing. I don't know that yet. We're pulling all the new salary and benefits from all these positions because last year we had 3 master teachers that were in one of the areas here. Now we have 8 that are coming in, and they are significant. They're master teachers. They have a lot of years of experience, and so they are very costly there. But any excess there, we plan to move to our custodian contract. You can see it's running low there, and so that was kind of our adjustment in our minds looking forward to that one. But everything else on Esser 2, just about everything, there's 2 that are not.
Even there's $416,000 for PPE and COVID supplies. I have a hard time believing that we're going to spend that much. I mean, unless you guys have better info on how much we need to buy,
right.
But that seems like something we could roll somewhere else.
Yes, and that's the other part of the custodian, because we pay $55,000 a month for custodian expenses, and we're sitting there with $100,000 right now. So we do know.
So when will we see the updated plan for it?
Well, we have to go through an amendment process, and then we'll adjust it here on that.
So it's just going to get
by
adjusted and
December.
shifted around? Is that what you're saying?
What? Yes.
Okay, and when is that going to go to the state?
We have not set a date. I'm looking at December to make sure of everything's set, all the people we know exactly what they're going to get paid. We're watching the patterns there, and then make those adjustments through an amendment process.
Okay. And will we see that before it goes to the state? I know in the past we did. We didn't see, well, there's been no amendments, but the board asked to see the plan that was before it was sent to the state.
We can
originally.
Rodriguez wants to speak.
Is there a particular place that the board would like some of these dollars spent? Let's put it out there so we can plan it and lay it out and take, I don't mean you, I mean in general, right? Because we go through these questions, but if there are, I think that it would help us to do that as we plan that for December, because it won't do us any good to do a plan and then to turn around and after the board reviews it and say change it, because then it won't go in December. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get a date.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what's the plan for any amendments that are going to be made, what's the timeline look like, because if it's just going to be dollars shifting around on this presentation that we get monthly, I have a problem with that, because then there's no way for me to know on a month-by-month basis how are things changing on these expenditures or the allocations. There's no, then it becomes a shell game, and I don't like.
So, I mean, I would ask, though, if there are some projects or initiatives that the board would like, you talked HVAC earlier, you talked something different, right? I mean, whatever those are, we'd love to hear it as we work through changes in any of those items, so we can bring it back and, can look at it, we can put it out for feedback, because that's part of the process, and then send it up.
body center, yes.
My thought is just the opposite in that. My thought is you look at how these funds are being utilized and you determine how you're going to change it and fix it and bring it to us. Because we're not directing the process in terms of the administration. That's your role, and you got these dollars, and we just want to make sure it's not sitting on the table or not being utilized in terms of our priorities, which you fully are aware of what our priorities are from terms of your contract and the directives of the district of retaining quality teachers. Whatever design you might come up with that will fit these dollars will suffice your presentation to us. But we certainly don't want these dollars sitting on the table or sitting in a category which they're not going to be utilized.
Ms. Fidrich.
Thank you, Chair. So, Ms. Crosby, this might be more for you. We have 26 months left and a total of about $48 million, right? So to Dr. Rodriguez's question, during the last budget building time, I asked if we could already reserve another $6 million for teacher retention and recruitment. At that time, you hesitated to assign any future dollars, like we have it for this year, but I asked, can we not guarantee it for the next year? Correct. So that is one thing, Dr. Rodriguez, I would absolutely like to see some more fund for next year, retention and recruitment. But Ms. Crosby, $48 million in a little over 2 years. You guys feel fairly confident that it's going to that we're going to be able to sustain the spending as required by these?
We do, yes. We do. Within the last year, we've spent $24 million. And we have already reserved for December to spend an additional $6 million on the recruiting and retention bonuses. Summer Institute, which is almost $1 million, was just spent just a few weeks ago. And then those continuing programs that we have and the salaries that we have, we do expect to spend these dollars on the areas. Now, PPE, there may be some adjustments, and we can bring those before the board, but we have already added, from the original plan, we've already added $13 million with either dual modality or retention and recruiting or additional, some capital improvements to this plan that weren't originally planned. So we've already reallocated a number of dollars to areas that the board is interested in and to areas of state requirement. But absolutely, we can bring before you and show you. I think it might be worth maybe in a finance committee to take a deeper dive into some of these categories to help you understand what's in them, what we've spent them on, and what's still remaining to be spent in those years, because many of them are designated for areas. Most of them they all have to be designated for areas that are related to COVID, and most primarily have to be directed at learning loss. So they are many instructional programs and supports for those programs as well. So I think that might be in order, is to take maybe a little deeper dive into maybe the Finance Committee in a future board meeting, and then we can show you our next proposed amendment and where that shifting will be, and then maybe you'll have a better idea of what's remaining. But yes, we are closely looking at PPE. But again, sanitation is also in that category. So we're not buying any more PPE right now, but we are continuing to keep our sanitation efforts up at that level. So we are continuing to spend. So I think it's just a better understanding of some of the categories and what we're spending it on. So. But if there are opportunities, those will come out of those conversations, and then we can explore that further.
I think that's a great idea, to have a deeper conversation in finance. And Frank, since you asked, I definitely hope that looking at next year's budget, that expenditures, that we can make sure that there is an additional retention and attraction bonus put in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see an opportunity that we could be losing. I don't see any money spent for tutoring, after-school programs, parent and family engagement. And, I mean, we could get high school seniors that are thinking about an education career and have them tutor in our schools, after-school programs. Come on, folks. Come on. Look at the opportunities here that we're half-stepping on. And let's start double time. Let's start running with this. When I look at what we've spent and what we haven't spent, I just don't see a plan.
Now, I'd like to remind you that ESSER 1 was built on by ESSER 2 and then ESSER 3. We're spending the oldest dollars first, and in some cases, after-school programs are in ESSER 1, 2, and 3. You'll see that primarily their spending is at ESSER 2 right now, and so you may not, if you're looking at the ESSER 3 reports, you will be seeing likely zero. So I just want to be clear that some of that spending is heavily impacting ESSER 2 funds right now, because that one's going to be coming due next September. And so I just want to make sure we're looking at it cumulatively overall and making sure that you realize that that's the category that we're spending it in right now in the funding source. So
I looked at that, and I see unspent funds in ESSER 1, ESSER 2 in those areas. So I can't wait to talk about this in Finance Committee.
I just wanted to ask if what Ms. Fidrich was mentioning is what is at the bottom of page 7, is that the 6 million? I just want to make sure that I'm on the same.
For this fall.
It says for the next 3 hiring cycles, though. Is that what you were talking about, Tricia? You were talking about consistent application of that, and it says 6 million for the next 3 hiring seasons. So is that what you were?
Well, I remember that when we had the budget conversation, it was 6 million, Ms. Crosby, to attract and retain, and that was for this school year. Like it will, and then I remember saying, well, can we not say in advance that we're going to do it again?
Right.
And at that time, to redo the plan for ESSER funds, Ms. Crosby, I think you were just a bit conservative about wanting to say, yes, we can allocate those funds at this time, but we will certainly keep it in mind. So, Rachel, to answer your question, my understanding that 6 million right there on line item 24 was in this year's budget. Is that correct?
Okay, can you guys clarify, because it says the next 3 hiring seasons.
Okay. When you're doing the grant, we're actually getting approved for activities that meet the criteria of that. And then as we spend in those, you can move more money to it or take it out there. The activity is what's really important of being approved. That's where, from the grant point of view, of like, okay, this is approved activity, so it's easier just for a budget move to an activity. For instance, PPE is approved activity. We're not going to spend all of those funds, but we do need it for custodial contract. That's also an approved activity there. And so you have an amendment for a budget move versus a new activity. And this was a new activity in there. And so it allows some flexibility to move funds there if you have available funds to move there. If you can get all the funds spent, because we don't really know how much is going to be spent of the 6,000. I'm hoping 6 million and 1 is spent there, but we may have an early time to do it next year if there's extra funds there too.
So my understanding of what Ms. Mattson is saying is that we have the activity available for the next 3 years. We have it approved by the state, if funding allows. So the dollars currently, based on what we estimate, will pay for 1 year, but we could have savings in that category or others to be able to allow for additional years of spending.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
If you have an outside organization like a church working with students and they pay part of the fees for the teachers and the assistants that help them, can we use some of that funds for them?
We currently are in our partnership after school
Yes,
program.
yes.
We actually have some partnerships set up through Ms. Ansler,
Okay.
several of those, and I'm not sure which all churches are in there, but yes,
Okay.
they are participating in the cohort.
We have about 11.
There's about, yeah,
Okay.
there's quite a few of them, so I don't know specifically which one you're thinking
Okay.
about. But she would-
Well, I will have one of the officers get in touch with you. Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Smith, this is the last question. It seems we might want to put this on a work session because there's so many questions about it. So let's make this the last question. Mr. Smith?
In terms of these Esser funds, just to piggyback off of the question that Dr. Rodriguez asked and what Mrs. Pritchard says, I would definitely like to look at, we're giving teachers, and this is a very important point, because we were giving teacher raises, but we have not looked at the uncertified staff members. And the uncertified staff members, they are just as valuable as teachers, because teachers even told me, even at the thing we had at May River the other day, that we need our assistants. So they are just as important as teachers are, and I think that if this money allows us to put our money put our mouth where the money where our mouth is, then I think that we should take a deep dive and add that to the list to help the uncertified staff members, because there's a need for it. I have people who call and say, Ms. Smith, I make more at Walmart than I do at the district. So if we really want to keep staff and we really want to help out a part of the retention that's not a part of teacher retention, of keeping staff members and assistants, then I am for I'm advocating for support staff. And in fact, I've gotten an email just today asking me where's that money at, when are we getting that, what does that look like, and how have y'all not thought about us and have that conversation been started? So I just got an email today. So that is, and I was going to ask that during this time. I was just waiting, but there was a different conversation. But I think that is very important that we let them know that we appreciate them just as well, and not as in a 2-point or that we kind of understand exactly what we're giving them,
Okay.
and that it's clear that they can understand exactly what we're allocating for them.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to that. So there is a classified salary study and administrative salary study underway. The results are coming back, and there is a committee meeting, an operations committee meeting tomorrow, I believe at 4 o'clock, and there will be a first look at that. Ms. Walton will be presenting some information on that tomorrow. So there is money designated in the general fund budget for the classified study, at least a partial implementation this year. It will begin, and money 2.5 million has been designated in the general fund for that salary study in this fiscal year.
Right.
So you will begin to be hearing that information tomorrow.
And I thank you for that information, and hopefully the lady who emailed me, I hope she heard that. But also, my point is, I understand that, but the same way how we're allocating about $6 million for the other staff, I want to make sure that we're paying them what they're worth, and that we're just not saying, hey, we want to give them a 10% raise or a 10-cent raise or a 50% raise. That we're giving them, and we're showing that we're ready to compete with other entities within this county, so that I don't have people calling me and saying that I can make more at Walmart than I do at the district. That we're showing them, and we're actually putting our money where our mouth is, and that we're allocating just as much as money that we're allocating for other positions in this district. Point blank period. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Okay, it's 9 o'clock. Do we have any public comments?
Hi, this is Robin calling for public comments. You state your first and your last name, and you'll have 3 minutes. Are you ready?
Hi, this is David Cook. I wanted to keep my time limited to 3 minutes earlier, and I still had more to talk about. In South Carolina, school admissions only requires a student's name, date of birth, and immunization records or religious or medical exemption. This is all I found that's codified in the law regarding school admission. My question for Dr. Rodriguez and Dr. Stratus: why am I being asked to consent to the books in a classroom library? The books were not reviewed by the state, nor are they curriculum, nor have they been approved by the state for use in our schools. I'm hoping someone can tell me why I'm being asked to provide consent to something when I'm not being allowed to see the list of books that are in the classroom library or in an ELA workroom. I've emailed the teacher asking this question, hoping to find out what they have, and I would like to hear back from either Dr. Rodriguez or Dr. Stratus as to why we're being told to consent without being informed exactly what the books are. This informed consent, or permission slip, I should say, indicates that there is content in the books that we may not approve of, but they don't send us a list of the titles of any of the books with the authors. So I look forward to hearing from Dr. Rodriguez or Dr. Stratus on this measure. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Okay. First day of school update? I'm assuming it'll be pretty quick because it was only one day.
I've got 2 items on here for the board. One is Summer Institute. One is the first day of school update. Does it matter which order I take them? Okay. We'll start with Summer Institute, so since chronologically. We had the first Summer Institute since 2018. We hosted it at May River High School. It was exceptionally well attended. We had approximately 1,100 participants. There were bus drivers, instructional assistants, teachers, instructional coaches, assistant principals, district staff, all that took part in it. There were over 200 sessions offered over 3 days. Sessions ranged from instructional planning, instructional strategies, project-based learning, behavioral systems, building writing skills, supports for special ed and multilingual learners, technology strategies, including building our own leadership pipeline sessions. We had keynote speakers such as Clarice Phelps, who led the research in discovering element 117 on the periodic table, Tennessine. Dr. Monica Martinez, focusing her remarks on the importance of supporting all learners. And I took the opportunity myself to speak about our why in our work, why we do what we do as an organization, and getting a chance to make sure that our entire organization understood that a part of our why here, or a significant portion of our why, is supporting all students in reaching their highest potential. First day of school update. We had a fantastic first day of school yesterday. Visited schools across the county, in every cluster and area, and I was thrilled to see all of our students and staff returning to our buildings. I started my day at the transportation park out at McCracken Middle School bright and early. Our bus drivers were ready and excited to pick up our students and greet them and deliver them to their schools for their first day.
At schools across the county, the energy and excitement was astounding. Teachers and students alike were excited to be there. There was excitement, there was anxiousness, there was energy, and they were energized for an outstanding school year. As I visited classrooms, teachers were working with students on some of your typical first day items, such as routines and procedures. In the older grades, our teachers and students were already engaging in teaching and learning process, working through their content. As I visited our school's food service staff as well, I saw our new school food service provider at work. We had some very positive comments yesterday from students, particularly one student at Red Cedar Elementary thanked their assistant principal for their lunch and lunch menu. We had a few items that we were dealing with, such as a few AC issues across the county, some transportation delays, or some transportation-related matters that we worked through and continue to work through. We'll continue working through them and fine-tuning in the days ahead. Overall, I think it was a very successful first day of school with a renewed energy and excitement for the 2022-2023 school year. That concludes my superintendent's report.
Thank you. Okay. Donation from Healthy Connections Blue Choice Health Plan of South Carolina to Whale Branch Middle School in amount valued at $7,500 for sponsorships to school events. Do we have a motion? Dr. Quads.
Yes, Chairman Stribinger. I move that the Board of Education accept the donation from Healthy Connections Blue Choice Healthy Plan of South Carolina to Whale Branch Middle School in the amount valued at $7,500 for sponsorships to school events.
Seconded.
I got you.
I ain't mad. Take
Concede to
teamwork. Teamwork.
Okay. We have split seconds. Ms. Boatright, second. Discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I got Angela said aye.
Aye. Aye. Middleton said aye.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to thank the Healthy Connections Blue Choice Healthy Plan of South Carolina for their generous donation. Thank you.
Okay. Our next item is the Student Athletic GPA for participation. Mr. Mel Campbell, I believe this is yours.
Yeah. I don't need to review the thought process here. It's the same as last year. Due to COVID and a bunch of interruptions in the process of educating our student athletes, I think that we need to continue the same trend of qualification that we had last year. And so I'd like to make a motion to that end, if I can find it. Oh, there it is. I move that the Beaufort County School District post a moratorium on its academic requirements for year 2022-2023.
Seconded.
And
There's more.
Bringing our standards in alignment with the South Carolina High School League requirements, which of course is a 1.0 requirement for eligibility to participate.
Seconded.
I didn't,
Yes, Dr. Quads.
so, Mel, I didn't hear, this is regarding athletic participation. Is that in your motion? I think that needs to be in there.
It's academic requirement for, no, it didn't say athletic participation. For athletic participation, I guess. The moratorium on its academic requirement for athletic participation. Right? Robin, can you add that for me, please?
Make a motion that you're reading from, and I can.
So much reading, so let me put it in for
Yeah, exactly.
academic
No athletic participation.
It applies to the extracurriculars like we did last year. Essentially, what you want to do is to apply the same methodology that we applied last year to, and continue it another year.
So you could just move to extend the moratorium.
Yeah, there we go.
Extend the moratorium on athletic participation.
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
There you go.
Seconded, yeah.
I'll repeat it.
He's gone through several drafts.
I see some scratch outs.
I move that the Beaufort County School District continue its moratorium for athletic participation for the year 2022, 2023.
Seconded.
Did you get that, Rob?
Move that the Beaufort County School District continue its moratorium on athletic participation for the year 2022-2023.
GPA requirements.
Yeah.
Put that in there.
Why you didn't tell me that?
Score, score.
Mr. Chairman,
You can tell us later.
Just count what.
it should be extracurricular activity.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because that's what the policy said before,
Not just that.
Yeah.
not just athletics.
Extracurricular activities instead of athletic participation. All right, let's try it again. I move that the Beaufort County School District continue its moratorium for participation in extracurricular
Oh,
activities.
you forgot the GPA requirements.
Yeah.
Can someone write it out?
I'm going to try and put it in the chat here.
It's moratorium on what?
Put it in the chat.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Can't put it in the chat because apparently I've
Can
been
we-
kicked
can
off
we
of
at
Zoom
least
to
have
no one's
discussion?
surprise.
Yeah, as soon as we get a motion.
As soon as I get the motion in, right?
Well, we can start discussing it. I'll just over here and wordsmith. Wait.
All right, so do we have a motion?
How about while they're working on that motion, can we have make a motion to extend the meeting to finish tonight's agenda? I move that the board extend tonight's,
Excuse me. Thank you, Dr. Wisniewski. I move that the board extend tonight's meeting to finish the agenda.
Seconded.
Second, Mr. Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, that's an aye.
you have to have one date of.
All right, you two, are you voting yes
Are
to
you voting
extend?
to extend the meeting?
Aye. Now,
Okay.
do you want to extend?
I think Mr. Smith seconded.
All right, we got everybody.
No, you
I was
seconded.
hoping that we would get
Yeah.
finished by
It's
this
done right now.
9:15. We're so close.
I think I captured what he was
Pick the person with the worst handwriting. Oh, good.
I thought academic requirements covered GPA.
We wrote the same thing. Yeah.
All right, good.
Your pen is probably better.
No, no.
Why don't you read it?
Mine's like a brief idea of the
I can't
words
read.
involved. It's exactly what I wrote.
Okay,
I'll read it to you.
great.
I feel like I'm over here like the founding.
All right.
Take that.
Can we please read the motion and get it up on the
I
screen?
move that the Beaufort County School District extend this moratorium on the GPA requirement for participation in extracurricular
And
activities
put for 1 year.
for the year 2022, 2023.
Seconded.
Okay, Robin, you with us?
I know. Well, it's extracurricular. That's what you missed out there. You know, for theater kids with the 1.5.
All right.
Yeah, we have the motion. The motion was the discussion.
Now we have-
All right, Robin, you got that motion? You got it. Okay, second was Mr. Smith. Discussion. Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recall at the last meeting when we discussed this, there were kind of some good practices that came out of it, Dr. Rodriguez, that you mentioned. And I just want to ensure that those practices that were done, I think it was on a weekly basis, you said, of the coaches checking in on the academic status of our players and whatnot. Is there a way to ensure that that is part of the practice moving forward? I assumed it would be, but...
That is part of the expectation around this, if the board approves to move forward with it. Because there were a lot of actually positive results from it that existed for students, you know, and as a system. For example, our coaches were able to keep students engaged and hold them to maintaining a 2.0 during week to week, a minimum 2.0 week to week for students that fell in that category, right? And so that oversight piece would still be that same requirement for our athletic teams.
And did we find out if that was applied universally throughout? I know that there was...
Every school, I heard from every school, well, I spoke with Coach Cave, and Coach Cave gathered information for me, and every school had athletes that participated in that initiative and benefited from that initiative. And in fact, some graduated, would have missed their senior year, and actually helped them move their GPA up, and actually were eligible for some scholarship opportunity.
That's awesome.
As a result of that. So they all participated, had students that engaged in it. I think Hilton Head High School may not have had anybody that fell in that category to participate, is what I believe I heard. So, but other than that, every other school had somebody in that category, and even the Hilton Head coach, who I don't think had any, athletic director, who said they didn't really have anybody in that category, supported the initiative because if they did, he thought it would benefit students, keeping them engaged that were in that marginal area.
Thank you.
Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you. So the South Carolina, I need to be convinced of this, because I feel a bit uncomfortable about saying a 1.0 is what you have to participate in extracurricular activities. We did that because of going through COVID, correct? Isn't that why we put that in the first place? So can someone explain to me why we're doing it again? We were in school last spring, right? I mean, we were in school. It was regular. It was.
We were in school, but you still had a lot of quarantines through the first portion of second semester as well, particularly in the early onset of that. But just for clarification, in the initiative, the student had to maintain a 2.0 GPA week to week. It's just you were providing eligibility for anybody who fell between a 1.0 and a 2.0 that didn't have that eligibility opportunity last year. They would not have had it, right? But week to week, coaches kept records of how the students were doing in their classes, and they had to maintain a 2.0 week to week within that existing coursework. And there were students who missed certain weeks because if their GPA dipped on the weekly GPA, they weren't eligible.
So they have to have a 2.0? Week to week.
What you're doing is providing, so you might have a student that has a 1.7 as an example, right? Okay. So that student would not be eligible under Beaufort County School District criteria but would be eligible under the high school athletic league criteria. Okay? What the board did was say, your GPA, that's a 1.7, we would allow you to participate, but during the semester, your week-to-week has to be over a 2.0. That's what the coaches asked for last year.
Right.
In
But
order
we
to-
did that because of COVID, right? So
That's why it was initially brought forward.
So why are we doing it now? That's my,
So-
I guess that's my basic
Well,
question.
you still have some students who struggled throughout the year last year as a result of quarantines and all of those types of things. So I think that's,
Okay. Mr. Smith?
Just to respond to that, when I look at, we bought this for covert, take for instance, if you were in a car accident and you were hit severely like how we were hitting covert, then you just don't get up and go back to work the next day. There's a process that takes place where your doctor works you back actually into your regular work environment, and God forbid if you couldn't walk, it's a process that you learn, it's a process in learning how to walk again. And I believe that this is a process and how to get the students, and also in terms of COVID, how to get students back where they are, because we as a board, I believe that we have identified, even here tonight, that there was a learning loss, and we said that we couldn't, that numbers couldn't be moved just overnight. So I believe once again that this goes to show that we do believe that what was said is true, and in turn of that, of this process of learning how to walk again, that we will support that process. And also there have been coaches, and there have been several parents who have told me personally that the coaches was on it, and coaches was calling them saying, look here, your son don't have certain so-and-so, or so he can't play. That, you know, there were parents who told me that they seen that their kids change because under the original GPA, their kids would not be able to play, and that changed some of their kids' whole outlook on school and sports, and, you know, because prior to this, they just wouldn't be able to have that 2.0 that some people have. And me personally, as a board member and as a student who's been in this district, I could relate to that, because there were times where there were certain things in the district that I might didn't have the GPA to do. But this gives them that opportunity, but also with restraints of, you have to show me that you're serious, not just tell me, but you have to show me, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to show me. So I think this is a process of continuing to build them up and believing in students. That's why I will support this motion. Thank you.
Just a quick summary, Ms. Fidrich. I believe that the coaches have convinced us that by doing this, they can salvage the lower GPA students and bring them up via sports. I believe that's the argument that the coaches make.
Yeah, I think the convincing argument is much like Will says. I mean, why do we expect the athletes to overcome COVID so quickly, and all the other Esser funding and all the other things are geared towards the overcoming that COVID, and it's extending 2 more years. And I mean, the athletes are in the same realm, if not more dire straight than most folks in terms of recovering their GPAs. A lot of them were married last year, and too, that except for Hilton Head High School, under 2.0, they were affected. And to expect them to overcome that 2.0 in that 1 year is a bit much in terms of the situation. So that's why we're encouraged to extend it 1 more year and see whether everything can be raised, the athletic participation along with the academics. That's the reason why I was convinced to make this motion. I'm like you, I don't want to, lower our standards by any sense of imagination, particularly for athletes, because I know that also limit their potential to go to a higher level sports. Colleges not going to believe that COVID had an effect. I hope they're going to need that GPA to get into college, and the SAT scores, etc.
Ms. Romine?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that the same strategies that the coaches used with these students doing every week, I think they, may maybe learn something and to do it when we have the 2.0, meet with those students every week. I almost feel like we're contradicting ourselves when we lower the expectation and say we want to improve achievement. I think that COVID was not as big. I guess the only thing that I can think of is the quarantines that were put into place, but I thought at the end of the year we weren't doing that either, which would have been enough time for students to bring their grade points up. I'm not certain about this.
Okay, let's vote on this. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Middleton, aye.
Mr. Campbell is an aye.
Mr. Campbell, you're all right.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Robine, you are?
Opposed?
Oh, okay. And Angela?
Angela said aye.
Angela's an aye. Okay, all those opposed? Ms. Fidrich and Ms. Robine. Okay? All right, now we are down to the consent agenda.
No, wait.
Go ahead.
Listen here, Miss. Okay, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I knew you did.
Second, Dr. Watts. There is no discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Robine, aye.
Okay. Mr. Smith, you are?
Oh, aye, excuse me.
You're an aye?
I apologize.
Okay, that sounds like it's unanimous. I'm sorry.
I'm going to abstain, and can I provide a little rationale real quick? Briefly, I was not at the last Finance Committee meeting where the $100,000 report was brought forward. On the consolidated, the Amazon total exceeded $150,000, it looks like, and I could be reading something wrong, but it's not on the detailed report. It's excluded from there. So if I could get the detailed or the itemized, that would be wonderful, and that is the reason for my abstention. Thank you.
Okay. So you are abstaining?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Rachel abstains. Motion passes. Future agenda topics.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
the last time we were in this venue, I said the same thing I'm going to say now. This venue is unsatisfactory. The technology is not good. The acoustics are horrible. I am hearing impaired. I cannot understand what's being said here. We do not have to come here. There are other venues. I know we need to come up north or south of the Broad. The elementary school that we've gone to has been just fine. This is the only place that I just cannot deal with. And I will not come here again. I will do it by Zoom, but I will not come to this venue again.
Second. Seriously, I'm going crazy over here. It's like having two
This is
conversations.
future agenda topics.
I just throw in my weight, my considerable weight behind that motion.
Okay, any other topics? Okay. Announcements?
Yes, sir.
Anyone? Yes, Mr. Smith.
When Dr. Rodriguez gave his report on the first day of school as well as the Summer Institute, I just wanted to announce that, I did go out to some of the schools for the first day as well as today, and I just want to say I definitely appreciate all our faculty and staff and our administrators and their staffs for what they do, as well as Dr. Rodriguez and his staff, because it does show, and the culture was definitely, there was love in the air, a fresh love. I just want to say that, as well as the Summer Institute. I went and took a couple classes. I saw maybe a couple other, I think another board member there. There was valuable information as a board member. I've learned a couple things, and the staff was very appreciative. So kudos on all those things. I just want to let the staff, the faculty and staff of this district know that I do appreciate them with all that they do for the community. Thank you.
Okay, for a future agenda topic, I would like to put on their announcements and get a clear definition of what announcement is. Okay.
Meeting adjourned?
If you all want to adjourn, sure.
So moved.
Everybody's done? Okay. All right, we're adjourned.